powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you're denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
This is the western region of Ghana, a village called Ejan,
which is situated on the coast of Axim and very close to Lomun Beach Resort. Good morning! Good morning! Good morning! Good morning from the Western region. So this is where we slept last night, and we are in this village. Abigail, where are we? Adrian. Hi, Emmanuel.
Hi.
Okay, you guys want to know how we ended up at this village? So this is a story time. This is Emmanuel. I came with Abigail. Abigail brought me here. Abigail is a YouTuber. And you all are heading to her channel.
Yes.
She's a tour guide. This is going to be a lovely weekend, right?
Yes.
So how did we get here? Tell them the story.
So yesterday we got here a bit late.
Around 2 a.m. This is how it all started. This is a budgeted trip. So we picked a bus from Kanishi, which cost us 80 Ghana cedis. So this is how the ticket looks like. I made a new friend here. So I just took a ticket which cost me 80 Ghana cedis for a vehicle called Elibu. So this is how the air-conditioned Elibu bus looks like. And this is what I'll be using. We are the first passengers, and so we decided to take the middle seat. So
1,000 years later.
It took us about 7 hours from Accra to the Western region. The plan was to do Cape 3 Point, and because I have not done Cape 3 Point before, even though I've been in the Western region. So I told Abigail, let's do this. And funny enough, yesterday it rained. We were supposed to beach camp behind here, and it rained heavily. So Emmanuel, our caretaker, gave us a room to sleep, and that's where we spent last night. It's raining today. I am very close to Lomun. As I'm standing here, the village is very close to Lomun. I can see Lomun ahead of me, and so yeah, let's take a short tour of the village. Once I'm here, I have to make it work. So Emmanuel is taking us around since this is his village. So before we start, we are getting porridge, cocoa. Invited anyways. I'm having porridge. It's very, very nice. There's pepper. I had this in Tamale. It's they have the millet type, the one that is made from millet, and they have the type that is made from corn. This is corn together with bread, and it's a good breakfast in the village. So this is the type of rocks found here. So I mean, we are here at the village and we want to know a little history about the place. And since Emmanuel is here with us, he told me something very fascinating. So just listen to him.
Saponeya Masaya. It's me backroom. But on at times no antanya too much. So obi to nsunma. Wow. And you see on kura etumi obi antumi enkoso. A backroom. Nti se nipa no e baba dampo anu a.
Ansana.
Na anu abrasi.
Wow.
Aha.
Wow.
Nti sisi a wo huni sa no. Akoya te say ya wo rain season nti na the buafu kakra. But from January December, January, February.
So the best time to come is from December, January, February.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, guys, you all know that the Western region is always beautiful. Abigail brings a lot of people here because she's a tour guide, and I've seen pictures on her Instagram. The water is always very blue, but because it rained, it's even drizzling now. It rained last night, and so the waves are a little high.
Okay, Elando.
You can fall. Oh, right. So guys, if you know the English name of what he showed us, let me know in the comment section. He says it's like a bacteria that lands on the rock. so it makes it very, very slippery. If you are not careful and you walk on them, you can easily fall off the rocks. The view is so beautiful from here. Look, Emmanuel got us a crab. This is the kind of crabs that I found here. I'm not trying to say. Guys, look at what I found. It's called the sea urchin. Let me know the local name in your country. It's so beautiful. It's alive. Yeah. It's moving. Can you guys see? So we are still exploring the village of Ajan, and he's going to show us something behind him, where the white cloth is. I can't point, but look straight. That's where their smaller gods are. Now I believe we're there.
Okay, we na nanum wo hu. Because of wine pa. Of wine. Of wine nti yasum no. But yenye hina so na yasum no. Obi nim kwa sorry. Okay. Aha. Na say dem send your Bible kan no. You see am fa kaza dem fa makaza. Nti say ne time so you say nya yedema no of wine pa so mo kopo a. Some ọmụma na aduane na so ọmụkọpụ a ọmụchi nam rough. Oh right. Oh. Nti ana se bi bone so eba okwa akọji aduro poni bi obabi se wo de ba be sikrum gan ade asɛn nkɔfo a wontumi fama. Ah, ebe sɛn no. Aba nti I am frama. Nti opa obaji na di opa so ase a woni. Sa. Nti wo kwa sorry. Ah, me kwa sorry. You can't come to the coast and not drink coconut. You're invited. The village is very close to Lomun. Emmanuel is taking me to Lomun. Guys, I've been wanting to come to Lomun so bad. See, you all should sponsor your girl. Sponsor me so I'll come and spend one night here, because it's one of the dream locations. I mean, let's see how far we can go inside. This is how the entrance looks like. Who I met at Lebu. To be honest, I didn't know I was going to see someone here and meet Vidette.
Sweet Life of Vidette on YouTube. I'll be back one day. Don't show when.
And her friend,
very modest Instagrammer.
Hey. And so they are lodging here, so I get to explore the place, you know. So let's see. Guys, see what God has done. I didn't come to spend the night here, but I came exploring.
She actually would have even got a free night, but she said she's going to Cape 3.
Oh, if I get a free night, then I'm staying. I'm not going. We're about to see her room. Let's see how it goes.
It's a bit messy, guys.
Yeah.
Wasn't expecting the famous Stella here. So didn't quite plan for it.
Yeah. Oh, this is really nice. So how much did this cost you?
This costs $300 a night.
$300 a night.
It's a lot.
So this is like the bathroom. Oh guys, I'm so happy. At least Vidette showed me her room, and so we are going to quickly take a shower, come back here, spend some time with them, and then head to my next location. And so if you are watching this video, I hope you are enjoying it, because girl, I'm enjoying myself. In fact, we are enjoying ourselves. Yes, yeah. And so whenever you want to come to anywhere in the Western region or anywhere in Ghana,
Era Tours on Instagram, so just contact me and then I'll bring you here or anywhere you want. I'm on Instagram as this is Gail. So
let Abigail be your tour guide in Ghana. I mean, Christmas, come to Ghana, just contact her. She's going to give you good rates from luxury to average to any place you want to go. I mean, you know we came from the village, right? Now we are in luxury. Yeah. So we are here again. This time around, we changed our outfit. Show them how I look. So this is my outfit of the day. Let me know in the comment section if you like my dress. And this is how Abigail looks. Yay! So we are going to say goodbye to Vidette and also take some small video of Le Moon. Let's see how Le Moon looks like. Get some drone shots and leave. So if you are watching this video, this is what I had wanted for my birthday gift, but I can't afford it. So sponsor your girl. Please tell them to sponsor. Please sponsor Stella, please. So let's go, guys. So we moved to Vidette's new room. This is how it looks like. It comes with a wardrobe. And this is the washroom. Hi, Vidette.
Hello, we back again.
Charlie. We forgot the Charlie. Oh, thank you so much for having us here.
See you. Nice company. Thank you.
Whenever you see them, say thank you to them on my behalf.
We should say thank you. We're very much used to coming to bless us.
Oh, so at least you got to see their room.
Nice meeting you, girl.
Nice meeting you, darling. I'll follow you on Instagram right now. So yeah, you got to see the place through their lens. I flew some drone shots, which I'm going to show you soon. So yeah, I'm excited. I did pass by. It was worth it. So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. Remember, this is how we started. We started in the village and we ended up at Le Moon.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was really fun. So this brings us to the end of this video. If you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience, kindly let me know in the comment section, and do well to subscribe to her YouTube channel.
Yes, this is Gail on YouTube and then on Instagram as well.
So yeah, we are going back to pick our stuff and head to the next location. And so if you want to know the next location, kindly keep watching this video. On my next post, I'm going to be showing with you my experience in my next location. Until next time on my YouTube channel, say bye. Bye. Say bye.
Bye.
Okay, if I recall correctly, I think the sanctions were, twofold. One was a travel ban, and then the other had to do with freezing of their assets. My simple answer to this question is that ECOWAS, if you recollect, the ECOWAS imposed sanctions similar to those imposed on Guinea in Mali, and by and large, it's proving to be effective and, let me say, successful in quotes. So I believe ECOWAS, having studied the Guinean situation, believe that these two sanctions for the meantime are the ones that would urge on the military junta to return the country to democratic and constitutional rule. So we'll just have to wait and see if indeed the sanctions that have been applied would be effective or not. But as I said, in the case of Mali, it's proven to be quite effective. So we'll just have to give it time and see how things go. But most important thing, as I said, is to return the country from military rule to civilian rule, and that mainly is the purpose of the sanctions that have been imposed.
I have two questions. The first one, the North Member of Parliament again, Okujato Ablako, has been on his crusade, if I'll put it that way, on the trace by the president. We know you've indicated on a number of occasions that the president's travel is a national security issue. We had a national security minister and the defense minister come out to say that. but the MP has accused you personally of peddling falsehood when you stated in the last but 2 press conference here that the president did not travel in the LX DIO Boeing aircraft to the UK in July and then to Berlin in September. Now he says you have personally disgraced the presidency and that you should reconsider your position. Any response to him? Secondly, social media was, especially Facebook, was buzzing with reports that whilst the president was in the US, he had visited the offices of Facebook to more or less meet authorities there in a way to stop the use of Facebook in Ghana, or check the kind of messages put out in Ghana. Did the president visit the offices of Facebook, and was that discussion ever held? Thank you.
Let me second on this particular. The president, you and I know, indeed all of us know, the president who ensured the repeal of the criminal libel, or the president under whose tenure of office the Right to Information Act has been passed. You know, he is extremely tolerant of dissenting views, and nothing in his makeup or in his DNA suggests that he would countenance or embark on such an undertaking. He never went to Facebook. He has never engaged anybody to try and stifle dissent or stifle free speech. He has never done that. So let's just treat it with the contempt it deserves. Complete propaganda. Secondly, to your first question, as you indicated, and as I've indicated before, the Minister for Defense, the Minister for Finance have all made it clear, on the floor of Parliament, that issues to do with the President's travel, borders on national security issues. In my last but one press conference, I indicated that the Member of Parliament for North Tongu had peddled falsehoods when he indicated that the President, on the 28th of July, when he went to the Global Education Summit in the UK, had used the LXDIO Boeing aircraft. And I indicated again that the North Tongu MP had also peddled falsehoods when he indicated that the President, sometime in August, not September, in August, when he went for the G20 Compact with Africa Summit, had used the same LXDIO aircraft. And I still maintain my position that the MP peddled falsehoods. In his statement that he put out recently, if indeed he claims I peddled falsehood, I'm sure he would have put out the evidence indicating that the president has used these particular jets on these particular days. Of course he didn't. He didn't simply because there's no such evidence. And let me put this on the record. On the 28th of July, when the president attended the Global Education Summit in the UK, you can do your own checks, and if you think I'm peddling falsehood, you can expose me. Take your phone, call the company that operates that particular jet, and ask them, for example, on the 28th of July, where was that jet? And they will tell you that on the 28th of July, during the entire period of the Global Education Summit, it was for 3 days, that particular jet, the LXDIO jet, was parked at the Paris Le Bourget airport. That airport in previous times was Paris's principal airport. Recently it's being used for general aviation activities as well as for business jet operations. So you call them, you find out, they'll tell you that that particular jet was parked at the airport in Paris and was nowhere in the UK, as is being insinuated by the Member of Parliament for North Tongu. Again, you do your checks again, pick a phone, call the operators of the company of the jet, and ask them that on the 28th of August, when the president was in Germany for the G20 compact with Africa. Where was that particular jet? And they will tell you that within that period, it had been rented for 15 days by another African president. That president embarked on a round trip to Belgium, Germany, the Far East, and to the Middle East, 15 days continuously. All of us know that in the course of this year, the president has not embarked on any such trip like that. So again, one would ask the question, where did the not all member of parliament get his information from? Obviously, if I'm to use his own words, he peddled naked untruths. And if there's somebody who has to apologize to the people of Ghana for peddling such falsehoods and such untruths, it's definitely him. And as I've made it clear, if he says he has contrary evidence to what I'm saying, to the fact that on the 28th of July and the 23rd of August at the Global Education Summit and at the G20 Compact with Africa program, that jet was nowhere near President Akufo-Addo. If he thinks he has any contrary evidence to that effect, he should put it out. I've put mine out, so the ball is in his court. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Following the release of the MMDC list, a civil society group, the Alliance for Social Equity and Public Accountability, emerged with a report that suggested that about 44% of the president's nominees were not recommended by the committee. And even out of that 44%, about 10% did not apply for the position at all, yet they were nominated. Is this the case? And if so, what would be the justification for nominating persons who didn't apply? And secondly, there's been some agitations surrounding the release of the MMDC list, and some assembly members have also threatened not to endorse the president's nominees. Has this come to the notice of the president, and what would be his response to these agitations? Thank you.
Okay, so the answer to this question will be fairly simple and fairly straightforward. I'm sure this civil society organization based its assertions on a leaked report that supposedly shortlisted a number of applicants for the various districts or municipalities, and reasons were given as to why those persons were shortlisted. I can say on authority that that report was not the report that was submitted to the president. The report that was submitted to the president, indeed, there are only two copies, himself and then one in the possession of the deputy chief of staff. That's the report they worked on. So if the civil society organization is basing its analysis on the leaked report, then obviously they are completely wrong, completely mistaken, because that was not the report that was finally submitted to the president. And secondly, let's make it clear, and the constitution makes it very clear that the executive authority resides only in the president. He's the only one who has the power to hire and fire his appointees. He's the only one. The reports that was submitted to him by the Damboche-led committee, if I should use these words, were only, let's say, mere guidelines to him as to what was pertaining in those particular districts or municipalities or in the metropolitan areas. He's the one who decides. They are his appointees. So he's not first and foremost bound by the comments or by the report of, or by the recommendations of any report that's submitted to him. He's not bound by those recommendations at all. He decides what he has to do. If he believes, for example, the committee recommended that in Lejokuku, for example, Jefferson Saki, Kofi Japan are the ones who are supposed to be there, and he believes no, there's somebody else who is much more competent than these persons. He has every right whatsoever to appoint that person. So the civil society organization basing its analysis on that report first and foremost is flawed, because as I said, that report was not the report that was submitted to the president. And secondly, the president is the only one who has the power to hire and fire, and he can decide who he places where. I mean, appointments are at his pleasure. We all serve at his pleasure. So that'll be my answer to that. And with respect to the agitations, yes, I mean, it's to be expected. It's a human institution. You don't expect everything you put out there to be accepted hook, line and sinker. Whatever be the case, so far as we are humans, there will be agitations. If at the end of the day voting is conducted and, for example, a particular nominee is rejected, the president can nominate or renominate that person on two other occasions. And if on all those 3 occasions that person is rejected, yeah, the constitution gives him the power to present somebody else. So agitations, yes, it's a normal phenomenon of human life, and we'll just take it at that. I don't think the president is perturbed by that. He believes he's done what is right in his view and in his opinion, and believes these are the persons who can best serve the various districts and municipalities. If indeed those persons are rejected, it's incumbent on him to decide whether he can renominate them or bring somebody else to serve in those positions. So yes, Daniel.
Yes, Director, just to take you back to the president's travels, I think the issue of presidential travels has been a thorny issue that has spanned successive governments. We had the episode of the flying coffin. I think one of the major issues about the current situation is that the jet is not big enough to carry the entourage of the president when he's traveling. Is this government taking that bold decision or contemplating getting a bigger aircraft for travels, for presidential travels?
Daniel, you would recollect President John Ejiofor left office in 2008. It had procured 2 jets, the current Falcon, and then a bigger Embraer, if I'm not mistaken. And for one reason or another, the bigger jet was cancelled, and we were left with this particular one here. I don't know what I mean. Obviously, it would have made much more economic sense to keep the bigger one, because obviously when that happens, when you're traveling with your delegation, and as you know, you don't have to send media people ahead of time. All of you can just go at a go. Saves cost and everything. But well, it has happened, and you recollect that the Minister for Defense has made it clear that government has decided to buy a bigger jet to save us from all these troubles. I wouldn't want to go into details. I'm sure when the Minister for Defense has the opportunity to give further information as to what government is doing with respect to that, I'm sure he'll do that. But I know for a fact that yes, as he has rightly indicated, government is already in the process of acquiring a bigger jet for use. Yeah, Ato.
Director, let me bring you from space down to the ground. President has done quite a number of regions, I think 12 out of 16.
Yes.
What is his assessment, especially with regards to the newly created districts?
Regions.
Regions. What is his assessment? I want us to I want you to talk about their capacity to deliver as new regions. Thanks very much.
By and large, I think, let me say, the president is, because I've been with him on these tours, and I think he's extremely delighted as to what is taking place in the new regions. First and foremost, you recollect that during our last tour of the Western North region, he commissioned the administration block of the Western North Regional Coordinating Council. When he went to the OT region, he inspected ongoing work on the OT regional, the administration block of the new OT RCC, and he was told that that particular building will be completed in November and will be handed over to the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development sometime in December. When he presented the instruments establishing the new regions here at the forecourt of the Jubilee House, he made it clear that one thing he wanted to do was to move away from the practice whereby you have the various regional headquarters of the various agencies located or situated in the regional capitals. He said he was going to move away from that because he believes that's a much faster way of bringing development to the people, and as well as spreading services all around the new regions. So if you go to the Western North region, for example, and indeed all the other 5 regions, you realize that the major towns are now the headquarters for example, I wouldn't be able to say specifically where, but in Western North region, one town is host to the Department of Feeder Roads. The health service headquarters is in another town, and he's done that throughout the 6 newly created regions, and he believes it's a faster way of bringing development closer to the people. So yes, he's extremely satisfied with what's going on right now, and believes that God willing, by the time he exits office 6th January 2025, he's extremely confident that the amount of work that would have been done in these regions would have buttressed the importance he attached towards the creation of these new regions. And bottom line, the creation of these regions was done in order to be able to bring development, accelerate development, and bring development closer to the people, as opposed to the current structure. And he believes, as things stand now, I think things are in a much better position as they were prior to the creation of these new regions. Yeah. Any more questions? Okay, if not, I'll see you, God willing, once we get back from our tour of the Eastern and Ashanti regions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Director of Communication, many thanks, and to you members of the Presidential Press Corps, we want to say thank you for the yeoman's job that you're doing, covering the president everywhere and all that. I think it is also very important to note that we will continue the strategy of keeping those of us covering the presidency at the Jubilee House, giving the opportunity to our regional correspondents to take over when the president gets to some of these regions. He would also keep meeting with various media houses, engagements, so that the kind of information that we need to disseminate to these people also get to the very people that need it. Having one-on-one interaction with local journalists also gives the president the opportunity to know exactly what is happening on the ground. So, see you. Thank you very much for joining us for today's Jubilee House press briefing. Thank you.
So, do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. From here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is, congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it, work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Ernestina Sewa Asante. On today's edition, I introduce to you a Ghanaian tech developer who has designed an app to allow cryptocurrency traders across the globe to trade using its secured escrow system. With this app, you can buy, sell, receive, or even convert Bitcoin to mobile money and mobile money to Bitcoin. With the same app, you can use unused gift cards to purchase this Bitcoin. My colleague Mauli Aholimega has the full report.
Cryptocurrency trading is fast spreading across the world. As a result of this, a company in Ghana has designed a platform that seeks to enable cryptocurrency traders across the world to trade effectively on its escrow system. Before I introduce my guest on this week's edition of BizTech, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back from that break. My guest on this week's edition of BizTech is Benjamin Anderson, and he's a tech developer who is into cryptocurrencies. Benjamin, good morning.
Hi.
How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Yourself?
I'm doing well. Welcome to BizTech.
Thank you.
Yeah, so for those of us who don't know what cryptocurrencies are, can you just briefly explain what cryptos are?
All right, sure. So cryptocurrencies are digital currencies, and mostly they are decentralized. By decentralized, I mean there's no central body governing the usage, the activities around the coin. So mostly these coins are the power in these coins, or to control this power, to control these coins basically lies with the users. So let's say you and I are transacting. The transaction is just between you and I, and there's no third party, or there's no central body who regulates the currencies. Yes.
Yeah, so you developed a crypto app. Was this something specific that you saw and decided to venture into something like this?
Exactly. Every now and then, as human beings, we need to make we need to provide value. We need to make lives better. And my way of making life better is providing an avenue for traders all across the world to find a way to transact. So if you are in Ghana, it shouldn't be a problem for you to transact with people living in the US, living in Asia, living in any part of the world. So that is the reason why we came up with this app.
Yeah, but some will argue that okay, at the moment the markets are quite volatile. There's a lot of uncertainty on the market. What was that specific thing that because I'm sure your app is coming to do some good, right?
Exactly.
What was that specific thing that you saw? I'm sure you did some surveys also on the market to realize that people are moving into crypto. So what was that specific thing that you saw before you decided to create something like this?
First of all, I saw availability of market. Second, aside availability, I saw there was a challenge. Even though people want to sell and buy, there's still a challenge, and there was no trust for people to transact. And I saw there was a barrier between people living in Ghana and then overseas. So all these factors necessitated our reason for bringing up this app. Yes.
All right. Yeah. So I understand there are a lot of cryptos out there. Some have very funny names. I know about the Ethereum, correct me if I'm wrong, and then I also know about Dogecoin. So just give us some of the ones that are out there.
For cryptocurrencies, we have Bitcoin, we have Ethereum, like you said, we have Dogecoin, we have Cardano, which is ADA, we have Matic. There are a number of them, more than 2,000 of them, and they all have a purpose. Some come in as a DApp, decentralized apps. Some come in as DeFi, decentralized finance. Some come in as currencies, digital currencies. So they all have different purposes they serve. Yes.
Yeah. But there are also some arguments that because it's trading digitally, it may not really be as effective, because some also believe cash is still ruling the world. What do you make of that?
Cash is ruling the world, and without any doubt. But ask yourself, payment methods like mobile money, it is cash, right? But it is digital. It only becomes cash when it is accepted by the users. So if users of cryptocurrencies have accepted, if I accept, it becomes cash. The power in cash comes from the central government, comes from the government, and the government is just you and I, so we must all accept to make it, usable asset.
I like the point that you said about accepting. So we have the African Continental Free Trade Area coming. Obviously, you have some sort of payment integration. Where do you see cryptocurrency fitting into that sort of model?
Cryptocurrencies are going to fit for the whole world. It's not just about Africa, let me first say that. My stand on cryptocurrency and how they will fit in the financial world is that I believe cryptocurrencies are going to be currency of the future for the whole world. I'm saying so to the point that, imagine I have to buy something from US, or imagine I have to remit money to somebody in US, and I have the freedom to do it at my own will. Who wouldn't like to use such a currency? So it is going to be a currency for the world, and that is what I believe in. Yes.
Okay, so now let's come to your app, which is My Bit Store. Just briefly tell us what My Bit Store is and what it does.
Yes, My Bit Store is a peer-to-peer marketplace for cryptocurrencies, where you can convert your cryptocurrencies to other cryptocurrencies, or convert from cryptocurrency to mobile money, and vice versa. You can buy and sell Bitcoin. You can send and receive Bitcoin. Yes, so basically, and as well, you can convert your unused gift cards to Bitcoin and sell Bitcoin for gift cards. And My Bit Store offers you the opportunity to trade in over 250 payment methods. Because it is a peer-to-peer, we allow people to choose the payment method of their choice and then make a transaction using that payment method. Yes.
So I still want to learn a little bit about the crypto. How much money can you have on your crypto account? Is it unlimited, or there's a cap?
Yes, there's no limit. As much as you have or as little as you have, you can buy crypto. You can buy. So many people ask me, one Bitcoin is $46,000, and I don't have $46,000. So the Bitcoin is divisible. That is one feature of a currency. For a currency, for something to be called a currency, it must be divisible. And so Bitcoin is divisible. So if you have 100 cedis, you can get 100 cedis out of the $46,000. So you don't have to get much to buy Bitcoin. With the little you have, you can buy Bitcoin. And you can also buy as much as you want. There's no limit to what you can own.
Yes. So I want you to also just quickly expand on how the conversion is, because you know the rates vary every day. There are different rates on the currency market. So just take us briefly how the conversion rate works.
Yes. So first, talking about conversion rate, I would like to talk about how Bitcoin prices goes up and down. Mostly these things happen because of speculations. One, two, they happen because of demand and supply. Because if you look back, Bitcoin started somewhere in 2010, 2009. Yes. And the price at the time wasn't even up to $1. And now we sit here and one price of Bitcoin is $46,000. It went as high as $64,000. But that is to say that people are adopting it, people are accepting it, because there will be no value if people don't actually see the need to buy Bitcoin. So because they are buying Bitcoin, the value keeps increasing. So back to your question, which was come again with your question? Yeah, conversion rate. Yeah, the conversion rate. It depends on the buyer and the seller. Usually, the rate is determined by the buyer and then the seller. A seller makes an offer, the buyer responds, they negotiate. So once they can reach an agreement, the transaction is conducted on that agreed rate. Exactly.
All right. Yeah, so now let's come to your app specifically. In terms of engagement, how many people have you been able to get onto the app, and how is the feedback looking like so far?
Okay, the feedback now is awesome, but it's a very big app. We do a lot of things on the app. It is not just a simple buy and sell. You can create offer. You can do so much. You can exchange other values beyond Bitcoin on the app. So now the engagement on the app, or the engagement around the app, is to educate the masses on how to use the app. So far, so good. Those who have managed to understand what we are doing love the app, and they think this is an awesome project that everybody must come on board. Yes, so the reception is awesome.
So now I want to play devil's advocate again. There's still a lot of myths surrounding cryptocurrency. Some say it's for money laundering, it's for all kinds of sinister stuff. What's your take on that?
Okay, so before I come to money laundering, talking of myth, let me address some I personally know. I heard Bitcoin was 666. And I heard it just 3 days ago. Wow. All my life I have never heard about it. I've been in crypto for more than 5 years and I've never heard about it. Just 3 days ago I heard Bitcoin was 666 because the Bible spoke about a time coming when everybody will be using one currency, and Bitcoin offers opportunity for us all to use one currency, so it was a 666. I ignored that myth. So the biggest myth around Bitcoin for me is not even money laundering. It is with Bitcoin being a scam. Okay. Somewhere around 2016, 2017, 2018, so many people try to invest on the internet, and they were promised high return rate, and unfortunately most of these people said they were going to invest in Bitcoin, or they use Bitcoin as means of payment for the investment. If I am doing an investment and you want to invest and I tell you to send Bitcoin to me, it doesn't mean you are investing in Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the only means of payment. It is just like you remitting money through Western Union to somebody in US for investment, and later you come back and say Western Union is a scam. You get it? So that myth is one that exists. And coming back to your money laundering one, I think regardless of how human beings set up systems, people will misuse infrastructures. People will misuse the good things that are to happen to us. I'll come back to mobile money. Mobile money is an awesome technology, an awesome service, but still people are trying to scam people around it, and they are using it for bad purposes. Regardless, Bitcoin makes money laundering activities easy, but it is up to authorities to speed up the game and then regulate the currency. Then money laundering to some extent will be minimal. We cannot completely take away money laundering, because without Bitcoin there was money laundering. Okay. So to me, money laundering is something that is ancient. It is not about Bitcoin. It is not about fiat. It is not about anything. It is about authorities making sure that infrastructures are in place to make sure that money laundering is something they can control. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll just take a quick break and then we'll be right back. Yeah, so I've been speaking with Benjamin Anderson, and he's a tech developer who is into cryptocurrency, which is a digital trading platform. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how those unfortunate escape.
Welcome back from that break. If you just joined us, I've been speaking with a tech developer, Benjamin Anderson, and he's the owner of the MyBitStore app, which is a crypto trading platform. Benjamin, welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was quite a very interesting conversation. Yes. Now I want to move to security of the app. I'm sure you already know, from your point of view, apps have to take people's data and information. How secure is the information that is going onto the trading platform?
Okay, thank you. Talking about security, there's a general rule you have to conform to. That is a CIA triad. By CIA, we mean confidentiality, and we are looking at accessibility, and we are also looking at availability. Yeah. So in the CIA, confidentiality simply means, like you said, data. As an organization, we have to put in measures, compliance measures, to ensure that we protect users' data. Okay. So user data don't end up anywhere not intended to be. So that is how we are protecting people's data. And then about availability, we're also looking at a situation where, you know, as a user, you must be able to carry out your activities on the app without little issues, bugs and all that is availability. If I want to come and then withdraw $100, I must read the app. Yes, so we as an organization, we also have measures in place for all these things to make the app very stable and working all the time. Yes, and coming back to security, as a user, you have to also protect yourself from attacks and all that, and the app offers you the opportunity to set your 2FAs, to set a PIN when you want to log on to the app, change your password, and do so much more. So as a user, you have your security issues to deal with. As an organization, we also have our security issue, but the core of all this is compliance to data, compliance to our security measures, security tools in place. We have to always make sure that things are right. Yes.
That's very well. You explained that very thoroughly. Now, we've been talking a lot about crypto. We want to see how the app in itself works. So how the buying and selling is going to work. So you just take it away and just take us through the salient steps of how it works.
Okay, sure. Yeah. I'm going to do that with you now.
Okay.
So now we are going to show you how to sell crypto.
Okay.
So when you come to the app, this is a typical example of what you'll be seeing. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
So when you come, this is how to sell Bitcoin. First of all, you have to deposit the Bitcoin into your wallet. You click on the marketplace. There's a sell button here. You click on the sell button, and then you choose among the cryptocurrency, whether Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever you want to sell. You choose your currency, and then the payment method in which you want to transact. You can see available offers here. Then among the available offers, you choose the best one you want to trade on. You can buy your own amount out of the available offer, or buy the seller's amount. From there, a chat interface opens for you to negotiate trade terms with the seller as a buyer. Yes. And we safely escrow your Bitcoin, and then once a payment is done by the buyer, you, the seller, have to go and then acknowledge receipt of payment and then release the Bitcoin from escrow into the buyer's address. At that point, the transaction ends, and then the two parties can then come in and then rate each other, and then that is that for the sell aspect.
Okay, thank you. So what's the next step again?
The next step is how to buy. Okay. What we did is how to sell.
Okay.
So we take your Bitcoin into a school. The next step is how to buy.
Okay,
so if you want to buy Bitcoin, first thing you want to do is come here, come on the app, log into the app. Yes.
Okay.
Log into the app, you go, first thing you see marketplace, you click on the buy, you select Bitcoin. Among the cryptocurrency, there are over 250 payment methods. You select which one fits your needs most.
Sorry, can you use mobile money?
Yes, you can use mobile money. Mobile money is one of the payment methods listed here. Gift cards, mobile money, all those. So you enter your buying amount, you search for offers, you click on the offer that best suits your payment method, your amount. A chat interface open for the buyer and then the seller. The seller Bitcoin is then taken into escrow. The buyer then pays to the seller. Clicks on I have paid button. There's a I have paid button. There's a I have paid button. There's a cancel button.
Okay.
There's release Bitcoin button. There's raise dispute button.
So you can end if you feel like.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Yes, you can cancel the transaction if you want to.
Okay.
Yes, and the dispute button also resolve discrepancies, trade discrepancies, or issues that arises during the trade. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. So what's the next step you're going to take us through?
The next step is how to receive Bitcoin.
Okay.
If you want to receive Bitcoin, what you do is you go to the wallet. Yeah, at wallet you click on receive.
Okay.
At receive you copy your address.
Okay.
And then send to the person who wants to send you Bitcoin, or you can also get the scam code and then send to the person who sends you Bitcoin. Once the Bitcoin is received, your balance is shown.
Wow.
Yes.
So you're taking us through three, right?
Yes, how to buy, how to sell, and how to receive. And I'm going to show you how to send.
Okay.
If you want to send Bitcoin, you go the same place. You go to the wallet. At wallet, you see send. You copy your address and then paste at the address area, or you scan the address you want to send to. You enter your amount, and then we show you the network fee, and then you click on withdraw funds, and then you are done.
So easy like that.
So easy like that.
All right. Is there a final step?
For now, the only thing left for us to discuss is how to convert the Bitcoin.
Okay.
Yes,
Right.
Bitcoin to mobile money, Bitcoin to other cryptocurrencies.
So can you take us through that?
Yes, I will take you
All
through.
right. So just take us
So
through
if
how
you want to
do that
convert, at the same place, you go to wallet, you will see a convert feature there. If you go to convert, you will see among the list Bitcoin, mobile money, and then the other cryptocurrencies. You select Bitcoin, you maybe want to convert to mobile money, you select mobile money, and then you enter your amount, then you click on the convert. Instantly it is converted into mobile money. That's it.
And then you have your money.
You have your money, mobile money on your app. Exactly.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. All right. Yeah. So Benjamin, thank you very much. Finally, I know you've been running for some time now. Where do you want to see this business go to?
Cryptos are borderless, so my base store is borderless.
Okay.
Our ambition is to make sure that in Africa, my base store becomes the #1 trading platform for cryptos. And even beyond Africa, we want to be seen as a strong crypto trading company. That is the ambition, yes.
Okay. All right. Benjamin, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, there you have it. I've been speaking with Benjamin Anderson, and he's a tech developer and the chief executive officer of the MyBitStore app, which is a crypto trading platform. And we've been talking about digital currencies and how effective you can use this. This has been this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mauli Aholumega.
Thank you, Mauli Aholumega, for that report. Now, Jefferson Senyeja is on standby with Tech Bits.
Hello there, my name is Jefferson Senyeja from After Music. This week on Tech Bits, I want us to continue from where we left off, which is another alternative for Pixabay. Last week we learned about Pixabay, an online platform for finding free outsourced images for our presentations and projects. Now I wanted to find another alternative which is much bigger and has a wider range of images. Well, this website is called Unsplash. Just like Pixabay, Unsplash is a free online catalog for finding your best images for your projects and presentations. We'll just dive right into it and see what Unsplash is all about. Follow me. So Unsplash is quite a famous stock image website for those of you that already know it, but for those of you that don't, it's very easy. Just Unsplash is spelled UNSPLASH, Unsplash. Once you come, it's got over 1 million free images that you can find, a whole lot of it. So we just go to unsplash.com, which is the first thing that pops up on Google, and right from there it tells you that the internet source for free usable images, powered by creators all over the world, as always. So from there's so much content you can find. There's so much you can find. So let's just say you're looking for office, business, Africa, to find at least something that will give you that type of feel. Well, these images are not the best for office things, but you get, and I feel Pixabay does a better job in terms of type of demographic, but Unsplash gives you even a wider range, and not just Africa setting, but it gives you a wider range of things depending on what you're looking for. So there are always keywords, there are always backgrounds. For those of you that want even something really authentic, great backgrounds for your presentations, you can do a map for your presentation. Whatever that you feel will best represent your project, I would highly recommend Unsplash for you. And for those of you that want to download higher resolutions of the same free image, all you have to do is sign up, and as usual you can log in with your Facebook, or just sign up straight with your email address and you should be good. Unsplash is a great tool that I would recommend for everyone. And if you really don't know what you're looking for, just hit the explore button and see what is out there, and it gives you a clue. This is something that Pixabay doesn't really give you enough better off, but this Unsplash has a better brand representation. Some are sponsored, by the way, but some are free out there for you to actually have a few and use for your next presentation. So that's it for this week. We now have another great tool to use for our next presentation. I think Pixabay is a great alternative, so is Unsplash. Now we have enough tools to make sure our next presentation is not boring again. So that's it for this week. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
Up next is Biz Headlines. So our very first story, Ghana since 2016 has been controlling an average of 3% of global exports in the unsweetened cocoa powder trade. Data from the Ghana Export Promotion Center, data from the Ghana Export Promotion Authority has revealed. The authority noted that Ghana's global market share of the commodity has been fluctuating, recording 3.59% in 2016, 2.85% in 2017, and 3.48% in 2018, and is currently declining to 3.14%. The country's export of cocoa powder had reached an estimated export value of $72 million by 2019-2020. The inconsistent market share, however, contradicts Ghana's gains in the cocoa beans production, which currently stands at 20% globally, with Ivory Coast controlling 40%. In effect, more emphasis must be placed on the need to process cocoa into more value-added products for foreign exchange. The top 3 importers of unsweetened cocoa powder from Ghana over the last 4 years include the Netherlands, United States of America, and China in that order. Due to the general high quality of country's cocoa, low levels of bean defects resulting in favorable flavor, low levels of debris, and others. Ghana's cocoa exports currently represent an average of about 3% of global markets for unsweetened cocoa powder. Tourism Minister Dr. Mohamed Awal has disclosed that his outfit will, by the close of the week, commence the disbursement of 55 million grants received from the World Bank to persons in the hospitality industry. He noted that his team have done the due diligence after hoteliers and other businesses applied for the money 2 months ago. Dr. Mohamed Awal looks forward to seeing businesses bounce back to normal after the shocks from the global pandemic. The tourism minister said in the last 2 months, people have applied, thousands of them. So the team has gone through the processes, sieved them, and beginning Thursday or Friday this week, we will start disbursing the money according to the procedure. Hopefully, this will not only help people to come back from the COVID-19 pandemic, but will also make sure that they strengthen their SMEs, improve their governance, and improve their sites. Some persons or some members of the Ghana Union of Traders Association have on Monday, September 20th, locked up some shops belonging to foreign retail traders. They also hit the streets to register their displeasure about the influx of foreigners in the retail space in the New Drabin South municipality. According to reports, the Ghanaian traders, after demonstrating, embarked on the lock-up exercise. Some of the Ghanaian traders wielded placards which had several inscriptions on them. Among others were police must prevent illegal trading, foreigners are prohibited from retailing our markets, obey Act 865 Section 27A now. A modern meter management system which will integrate the ECG smart prepaid metering platforms and enhance customer experience has been formally inaugurated in Accra. This, a statement from the authority, said it will cost a total of $15,892,800 with MIDA, the accountable entity for the Ghana Power Compact, contributing an amount of $1,189,901. The system is expected to enable the Electricity Company of Ghana to reduce non-technical losses and improve on revenue collection. The Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Samuel Jinapor, has said government is set to launch a national alternative livelihood program for illegal miners in the country. Mr. Jinapor said this program, when launched, will provide a good option for miners to work and support themselves and their families. He disclosed this during a meeting with the Western North Regional House of Chiefs on Wednesday on the sidelines of his one-day tour of the region. The minister used the platform to thank and support the chiefs and said they are co-partners in the administration of Ghana's lands and its resources. Former Finance Minister Seth Terkper has urged government to use part of the special drawing writings money from the International Monetary Fund to pay off the zero-coupon sovereign bond it issued earlier on this year, as waiting for it to mature will be more expensive to the state. The IMF last month made resources equivalent to $1 billion available to Ghana in the form of a special drawing right allocation to shore up government revenue, which has significantly been affected due to the impact of the pandemic. But before this resource became available, government in April issued $3 billion bond, which $525 million was classified as zero coupon at an issue price of 78%. The terms of a zero coupon bond do not oblige the issuer to make periodic interest payments over its tenor like a coupon bond, but rather at the end of the bond's tenor. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has said at the 76th session of the UN General Assembly on Wednesday that although Ghana has made efforts to deal with effects of the COVID-19, the country is not yet there. He told his colleague head of states that the oil-producing West African country is still making progress at ensuring a full economic recovery from the effects of the pandemic. He said, "We are not there yet. We are making considerable progress." The president further said the government is aiming at meeting its targets of vaccinating 20 million people by the end of the year. He said, "Our efforts and vaccination has been commended, but we are still hoping that we will vaccinate 20 million people by the end of the year. He furthered that Africa seems mercifully to escape the worst of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's all for today. Thanks for watching. But before you go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms, on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb, on YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a lovely weekend.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, "Oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you." So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
totally surprised by the amount of waste gathered here at the Koligono Beach, which is near the estuary. You can find everything here, from plastic waste, medicine, sachet rubbers, shoes. Yeah, I can see a shoe right here, and old clothes. They are all heaped on the shore, wondering where they come from right from the sea. Fishermen say they catch more plastic than fishes. We are here at the Koligono Beach to speak to these fishermen who are affected by these plastic waste to ascertain the negative impact on their job. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku. This is a GhanaWeb special report. Let's get talking.
When it was raining, that plastic used to come normally.
Okay.
And they catch plenty. But when it doesn't be a rain season there, they doesn't catch that plastic. Okay. If you are, imagine, see the hour. Now it's the rain season. So by all means, the plastic will come plenty. They will come from, they will pass through the river and the Kole Lagoon and enter the sea. So when you enter the sea, that will come plenty inside the surface of the bottom of the sea. Okay. So when you throw the net or you lay the net, that pass through the bottle, that will all go come inside your net.
Wow. But then if you take a look at it, where does these plastics come from? Well, if you trace it, where do you think it comes from?
Those people, the market people, when they selling it in the market, maybe you can't buy pure water. Yeah. You drink it, throw it on the roadside. When rain fall, all will pass through the gutter. And that, through the gutter, that will enter the river, the Kole Lagoon. Through the Kole Lagoon, that will enter the sea. Okay. So that brings the problem to us.
Because I can see that there are old clothes, there are bottles,
all these bottles you are seeing, all from the lagoon, pass through the lagoon, come inside the sea. Okay. If you go to Kokoma, go stand and see how there is, all be plastic. So then rainfall, all that plastic pass through the Kole Lagoon, through inside the sea. On the olden days, that in the drinking bottles or they are not, it's not normal day.
Okay.
But now there are a lot in the system, so they are creating a lot of the job. Making drinks, making so. So you can normally, if you said they should stop in it, no, it shouldn't be that.
Do you come here every morning to buy fish from these fishermen?
No, normally I used to go to Tema Harbour, but once in a blue moon I used to pop in here. But when you come here, always, you don't even get the fish as quantity as you want. Because of the plastic weight, the sea used to blow to them up there. When they go for the catching, they don't get it plenty like how we want it to buy it. So it is affecting them a lot in the fish catching. So that's all what I can say.
So for this bowl of fish, I guess this one is yours.
Yes.
How much is it being sold to you for?
For now.
Yeah.
He said it's 70 Ghana.
70 cedis. Wow.
Yes.
Fresh fish. I think it's a bit expensive, but what do you think?
Yes, it's very expensive.
Okay.
When they get it plenty, the price will come down. But they don't get it plenty, so the price will go up.
All right.
So that's how it is, because of the waste.
But what do you use the fishes for? Do you sell?
I used to sell.
All right.
Yes. So I'm going to sell it.
So looking at bringing solution to our beaches, not catching plastic for fishes, what must be done? Maybe the fishermen, the community, and even the government.
The community must help, and the government too must help to tide our country and around the beach areas for us of the plastic waste.
They always complain that all the plastic coming from the other end, Agboglosi, where they sack the people, the Kole Lagoon. So always they are having plastic here. That's the challenge they are having here. So
the issue of plastics in our seas and on our beaches is a big issue for the country. What do you think that the people, especially those who live along the coastal communities, can do to help the situation?
Yeah, unless maybe I will plead to the government. I will plead to the government to help them to find a solution for the lagoon, because I can see it's not their fault here. That's what they always complain, that it's not their fault. We help them. We can clean this place very nicely. Before 1 week time, you see another plastic. So when they stop the plastic from the Kole Lagoon, I think we can have very nice beach here.
I'm a chunwe no kuno kwa mehawo. Ona ne ni fa wo ona fa ni kan bi ene. Ka bi aye ni ye ton ayanjwe e ka tia wo fa mi. E keke fa ka ho e keke dwe pe ba. Wo ka je ke dwe ba. E ke be dwe te nu mi ka agme ya ni kin. E ke be dun mama hwe ni bi kome ni bi ne hi. Bo cho na shpon. Wo wi ahun. Wo lebo ni abapia wodun. When I know what people are Mukobabi and Lenche by you, what pulling by you. It just what we are. No, Tenamuku by a beer. When I know, it just cover you, no, cover you, brush and no baby and a board of Bonnie Beer. What we are. When I far, Kaji, Ayeni, I would do many by Lord Bola can be paying. Bonnet, I can go time, I can go farming. Like a far care who can pay baby. When I know. You are fair, baby. You are only born with a few. What I near, you can't go and tell Lenche, the catchy Bebasa, left fine.
Or say, Yenya, Nkofwa, San Reba, Moody contain any Bessiwa, your best you go. See the contain any hole. Contain anywhere the Bahadri. There's some more ballana Moody Gunifa. Come and if I need the Begu, I need the Begu. Yenny baby, the one need the Begu. Nti be hia pa se ye benya container wo mpoano ha na ya se nwura ni nyina ye de agum kala abafa ko ebe ya simple ebe me ha ye fet se mpoano na se ni aye fe no te ba ha bebre bola nko ewura no ewura ni do oflu krom if aside hefa na wo sha wo di wani die oflu konkoma kaneshi
aneni yaba
ni nyina oflu ko tanu Omabe shekoli ni koloni street na ba no omabe go anti ya tram muka cha kufado so on fa scambla on fa mama for no me ye duma wa so me shempo anu na mo ye sure so mo se science and so mba bi mana se ye di bola bi si ha sei se ba na nka ma se sa ko
on fa bi amba
bi amba bola tank ba ku pe no mu da be si a bola nu ye ma no omuda ko be chata no mu da ba no usta bola no udu ko guwa no amaduska
wo pen ta san papa na ka chewo nti papa mu ayo bono kra
usta bola no udu ko no amaduska
ayo moji mai
amutu mi jebe 2 3 3 3 5
bola sem plastics na
10 3 na di
bag kwa na
10 3 na di enti so nkite skebia unkite bia so upeja bola na you should have gumpuano.
On the back of the close season, remember they said you shouldn't go for fishing. When they opened the sea, would you say that you are catching more fishes now? Was it good?
Maybe no, we are not Lord. And we are not Lord, but Lord who created the fish. Maybe if we Lord the sea will be locked without getting fish, maybe the sea will be open to get fish. So we are not God.
But looking at your catch, you know what when it was before it was closed, you knew what you were catching. But now that they've opened it after months,
I think it's normal small.
It's normal small.
It's normal small.
Okay.
It's normal small.
So with the fishes that they are catching, do you know the name of these ones, like the long ones? What's the name of that one?
His name be Odwe. The other one is one down. Is that no? The one we lay on the one down.
So this one, what food can you eat it with? Is this your gakenke or?
Nah. It be normal fish. He used to eat every kind of food in the system. Rice, jollof, smoking it, frying it, all it will help.
We talk about what will happen. We talk about what will happen in connection. What in your PPR, one more that.
Premise who on an outcome.
Yo, in your MPP, one more that. What connection will be But you're 520. 1 million.
1 million. Our next stop is the Premix fuel station, where you can see a number of fishermen who are here to purchase fuel. From our earlier interactions with some of the fisher folks, they claim that getting Premix fuel can be a challenge. They have leveled some allegations against the authorities who distribute the fuel. So we are here to speak to the head of distribution to ascertain whether these allegations are true or not. Daddy, good afternoon. All right. So we are just here. It's all about the Premix fuel. I want to find out from you, how is business?
Premix, I get politics. Be NDCB so be. I mean, no, many do machine JMP, MPPB baby. NDCB Premix kaba amambayo. Shibede yo le jaga Premix BP ke ese cheni akeba. Eshe many ya wo. O felt to mo gidi by few. She na on Premix MPPB. Inshona ni machine NDCB so MPPB ni onshona. I mean share nyuma. NDCB so onshona o Premix gagaba NDCB ameno ajela. Premix na on ejala bi na on le keje che na kan no on le eyakunwe na kan no on le keje che price chakiko. Government ebo modern wa ageshi Premix ejala ya anwe na kan no on le
onya tumpo ya kwa aduma etuminya nampa won ye do kokko so a grofo no su tuminya bi kete o tumpo mu na obu epum na ya kokko mu na yanye na yanye na nam no mu koi omo dwane akosoro yanye na kete aye hu de ya omo na
Michelle Apo was so my new brother.
Mpuano for no. Omona nsu the mpuano for no. Ni omu de ba no so a ntokwa so bem. Won ebi me plapla na de. No omu de omo no call be fufu no omu ko che. Ska na omu de ba no so omu de ska no man pe no for no.
Based on the challenges listed by fisher folks, let's take a trip to the Coastal Development Authority, CODA, where we'll speak to a head who will also tell us how best government can come in to solve the issue of plastics in our sea.
I think the first thing is for us to accept that this is a menace that has come to stay and we have to do something about it. And it's the responsible public authority should do something about it. What appears to be happening is that the waste accumulates in the communities or on the beaches. Then some good-spirited people once in a while get together and do something about it, but it is not in a regular public program to clean up. It should become part of our regular environmental sanitation program. The same way we clean markets and other public places, we should take out the responsibility for cleaning the beaches, especially the public beaches. When you go to the private beaches, you don't find that level of filth because somebody has responsibility and make sure the beaches are clean. In the same way, the public beaches, somebody has to take responsibility and the cleaning must become a regular feature. So therefore, for instance, the assemblies responsible for those areas must make adequate budgetary allocations to these things and organize programs to clean up. I do agree that they may not have enough for budgetary allocation, but they should take the lead in organizing such that others could come on board and regularly we clean the beaches. So until we mainstream cleaning of beaches, the problem will remain with us. I really don't think that the local communities should bear the responsibility. Most of the litter or the garbage comes from upstream.
And then some concerns that they raise is that sometimes they clean up because every day you see plastics there. Yep. But then there are no cans where they can dump it. And even with the available ones, they end up paying more. So imagine you gather rubbish which you didn't generate, but then you have to pay like 2 cedis, 1 cedi, 5 cedi for it. So on the back of that, as you stated earlier, the assembly can come on board. But then if there are no cans available, of course, where do you expect that they put their rubbish, which they say they're going to dump it right into the sea?
Municipal waste. It will always flow to the lowest area, and the communities are always in the lowest areas. So they cannot continuously be cleaning up for the guys upstream. I do know that efforts have been made by some organizations to provide some of these things. And I think as the beach menace becomes more and more of a problem, other organizations will come on board. CODA is currently planning a project to pilot a sustainable clean beach program. The idea is to set a benchmark for others to see what could be done so that sustainably we could start addressing this problem. And provision of some of these things is part of what we're planning to do.
Do you have any timeline for this project that is underway?
We want to, by the end of the year, to be able to start physically putting things down on the ground and rolling it out so that everybody can see that somebody's going to do something about this problem.
So one would say that government will be doing its best. People who live around the coastal areas too, they will say they clean up the beaches. But on the back of single use of plastic, which has been a major issue, because every time plastics are being generated, people are using it single use. Some people have called for the ban, others who are saying that we should regularize it. But then what do you think that Ghana can do in solving this whole issue of plastic?
We should deal with the issue of plastic waste the same way we deal with all waste. It will always be generated, and as such it must be processed into another form, either for disposal or for recycling. Every single day plastics will always be used. We need them in our life, but then we must identify that after we use them, they turn into a form which is not useful to us. So we have to then mainstream this business of plastic waste recycling or proper disposal. For a long time we've just chosen to neglect it, but we can't. Now it's become so big a problem that with the markets, we sweep the markets every day. In the same way, we must develop a program for all the beaches, all the locations, everywhere. And then those responsible, we have to encourage them to take it up and then work on it on a continuous basis. It is a daily problem. So we just have to accept that as a problem, and we have to plan and implement programs to deal with it continuously.
So you're preaching recycling, so plans.
Recycling is one. What I'm actually preaching is accepting that it is an issue that will not go away. So we have to plan for it, and every single day of our life take actions to reduce that. I, for instance, think that the assemblies, the assemblies are assessed every year. There's a certain evaluation they do for them. They check certain things. I think for every assembly that has a beach, the state of cleanliness of the beach should become one of the assessment indicators. The same way they check the state of the markets and then the public toilets, the beaches should be. It should. And once you place that responsibility on them and they realize that there will be a systematic assessment every year, they will do something about it. I don't think there's any new thing required. We have all the laws and then the regulations and whatever is required to keep our country clean already on the books. We also have institutions, agencies, individuals with mandates to enforce these things. If we just start enforcing our existing environmental sanitation rules and regulations, that basically alone will wipe out more than half of the problem, I can assure you. So it's the wake-up call should be for all of us who are supposed to be doing some kind of work in this direction to do our work, and for those who are supposed to be whipping us into line to also whip us into line. And like I said, I think the assembly should be held responsible for this beach waste thing. And we must have a way of naming and shaming those who are not doing what they should be doing. And of course, we need help from media civil society, all other advocacy groups to drum home the fact that if you generate waste and you don't deal with it, you will eventually end up living in a bola. It's as simple as that. What I'm actually preaching is accepting that it is an issue that will not go away. So we have to plan for it, and every single day of our life take actions to reduce that. I, for instance, think that the assemblies, you know, the assemblies are assessed every year. There's a certain evaluation they do for them. They check certain things. I think for every assembly that has a beach, the state of cleanliness of the beach should become one of the assessment indicators. The same way they check the state of the markets and then the public toilets, the beaches should be. It should. And once you place that responsibility on them and they realize that there will be a systematic assessment every year, they will do something about it.
I agree to that too. And then away from plastics, I know Koda is more helping people along the coastal areas when it comes to development. One of the issues that they raised, fisher folks, was that during the close season, things become very hard because they don't go fishing where they can cater for their family and all that. So they've made a call to authorities that during that time they need help. Help not in just maybe a bag of rice or tomatoes and then you are done. So looking at the bigger picture, it looks like maybe every year we'll have a close season. So what do you think can be done for these coastal dwellers?
The closing of the season is a very good thing. I mean, it allows the resource to regenerate. So ultimately, they benefit from it. But like all other human enterprises, as we work, we save. We know that there are times that we will not be able to be making income immediately. So I think people should come to the realization that it is a necessary thing that they allow the fish stock to regenerate during a certain time. And as such, they must plan for that time. Whatever they make in the 11 months, they must set something aside, knowing that there's going to be 1 month where, it won't happen.
So I want to find out as Koda, if you have embarked on any projects that has been beneficial to these coastal dwellers. At least give us a general view of what you have done, your contribution so far.
Koda has done a lot under its IPEP program, Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication program. I mean, a needs assessment was carried out at the early stages where coastal dwellers indicated what their priorities were. Some of those priorities were taken on board, and Koda implemented projects to bring those priorities to life. Koda also started, and in fact is still engaged in, a massive support program to fisherfolk, where we have a outboard motor subsidy program. You see, that fishermen who have need of engines for their boats can come to Koda. Once we identify that you are truly a fisherman, there's a massive subsidy. It's about 50% of the cost of the engine that is given to the fisher folks as support. And it's not just the engine, it's a whole program. It is the engine, it is a maintenance support program, it's a training program for how they will keep these things running very well and all that. So that is a huge support. I think there are about 5,000 engines that have been procured to support fisher folk, all the way from Axim running in front of Accra to Keta. So that is a very direct support.
Fisher folks say they are ever ready to partner with government and other private organizations to ensure that our beaches are clean and safe. They have listed a tall list of challenges facing them, right from all the things that they went through during the close season and how best governments can help to ensure that they catch more fishes instead of plastic. To you at home, in your offices, in your workplace, do well to properly dispose your waste in order not for it to end up right back into the sea. Be a citizen and not a spectator. We all can join hands to ensure that plastic waste is disposed of properly. My name is Paulina Deda Okuku, reporting for GhanaWeb.
I and the body I represent, the Alliance for Christian Advocacy Africa, want to wish GhanaWeb, the management team, very well. They came at the right time and they have served a purpose. When my story appeared on GhanaWeb, I found that other media houses that have not interviewed me, that have not called me, they still have the story on their website, media platforms, and I know that even if they don't acknowledge, I know they pick it from GhanaWeb. So they have served the media needs, or they've made significant contribution to media needs in Ghana. We wish them a very good future, but we pray that they will also need be find a way of reducing the hurt that people are going through, because it seems to me people who receive some kind of abusive feel hurt, but they may still want to go to GhanaWeb because of its uniqueness. We wish them a very fruitful years in the coming years and days ahead of us.
It has been a week filled with discussions centered on who really a legend is. Kumawood actor Lowin does not want to be compared to YouTube sensation Dr. Laiki. Musician Kofi Kenata also does not want to be described as a legend. So who really is a legend? Today, my guest and I will discuss this into details on Bloggers Forum. My name is Benis Owusua Oparijan, and I'm sitting in for your favorite, Benefo Waben Abrantipa. We'll be right back. It's another beautiful week, and Amabroni has enough for us on Nkomo. Let's go to her for tidbits.
Na what we asan so abebi onu be address Nkomo ni bebre twegu nya wanti ase ne ye wadwi mu na nkyeremu na gya Amabroni ma be de na no nsem aba Nkomo ekoso entertainment industry and amede ba be sumu so ye ntwa ye hu sisi a na ye fa Nkomo no embetudwa. One comedy can a Kumawood actor, I when Kojo's canceling when I seem na making. Or they send me a bit to Johnny, a Zion Felix here interview, so a legend. I when they were entertaining more, was there any and say no see, more see with their can, with the astro semi local movies, you say, Ojimu kind pa. Now, some of the better just saw a legend as a confunction and tears, and nobody can quote him quada. I send me the two Dr. Laiki, I a ras nene, I and was a YouTube, movie. Videos, viral videos, nyade. What for someone says what chema say there are no na what is one kasa. Na semi na we Zion Felix bisa questions in the question ka no also. Na we Dr. Laiki saying. And I live say na mo no a whole legend movie star wa bebe just for so many years. I don't know some person more than a year like the san ko YouTube star. No say eh le when asembe na wo ken asan homa so bi ni bibi ase bu fada o say like asan so fa ni nyehwe like ya bon homo there is time it's a common man shine sem de beba bebe akasa e ya double crack so le when you like any time any don't mean ka say be YouTube star na be movie star munyina mo ye pe e ye nhwa ba ko you say on le when de mo ntem sha da anye papa o chema le when jai sa asem no kan no jai tie na obi a wa support e ye Lewin statement you make Salinko Salinko Chema asem na lewo naka lewo nde won se wa bone brand like that say be a YouTube star nti mu sad na Ghana fire mo ye se bia obi mu wo honom na se bia se yenwum to new say movie trafo ni bia young person but na fe mo de compare old one say won bo bra bia o se sa na mo de yes akode Ronaldo rapper mo so mo say other rappers na mo ba no mo ye better sense akode nti o chema eye lowo we pay ni dues nti mo fa respect na e ma no won sem perform no so wo kai titi titi na ne hu sem bia bebeto dwa hu se o chema na nkontumi ntua ne rent ne ade amafo ye ne boa eye vice president ne ade nkofo aboa no na ne aba ne se ye lowo ni aye kan ho ase ne medical de nkomo be chi so ye legend ni o chema se ne aya krom ha se bon se mpemfo no actors no umbo se na fe de want to be mu ase won ho akere won ne ade no anka be ye anka ban from 60 years and above one be brand we entertainment no anka muntua wonka nsem de nkofo bre achemu na ye titi nsem ya na dike bi de na de ko tum chemu a ye titi scanner wodi ama hwe na nkodi o we enye wunye ska wenu masemu bo modi ana invest cause de bi so so na aka so ho acherewa ye rentie wonti say ye so bolo business bi na be ya na say watch business bi a na wo kwakoye na nsem de nkofo bre achewa de binim say obi a wa bone brasem na asem atone wo say yare de onim ne yare be ye wo obu anu wa bone bro wes ka be bat yare betumi aka na na fe de ne hu nyama nyina wa lusin titi so de nsem ya beche wa che sem o ken kofo che one an ko keka sem tia na wa bo won dua me de me che de nim but who pay titi video na o de reply mama ka say na den de o sresra de na wa hwe say ye dua bo na say na adwekeke e na wa ka kire mu na watwe ya na we some list bi bedrop Apple Music wo hwe ma top 20 songs a amanfo tie ma for jamming top 20 na Ghana food say yenwum enka wo other countries Nigeria South Africa Kenya omu na mo list na asemi be na wo say Ghana food dey mo ka promote your own sese mo okrom ha mo ntie ye Ghana food nyum to food nyum be na mo pe eya zone to say ye dance or say ye high life gospel crowd na wo ye man say na mo ntie ya nkasa yenwum na say ni beto dwa na eye D Black D Black so de na no atomo chema Ghana food mo consume eye mo nyum ade na mo yesa de bia mo kase mo promote mo ntie mo den so asem na wo ka no mo nche dance na asem de anka D Black na anka kire na adwen na eja kojo Sheldon YouTube kojo Sheldon so esom say D Black men kasa asem no ka na ye ntie mo nyina mo ka wo na ade ne na ma focus to chema eye D Black wo ba clap na ntia afo nyum na mo bo ntia ade na ase bia asem na wo ka na wo kasa ti ase bia Ghana fo na ye support eye ye artist na asem ya so wa D Black hu say ye kojo Sheldon keka ne ho asem no say young boy tina nchen na po de anka wusa kojo Sheldon meti say ya wo keka nkrofo hu nsem sa ade na o se fa asem ne de mba ne so nti wo pese opo uko bi ho asem a enyo de o say young boy pe be tina no asem na wo kan de ona wonya adwen won se fufum no eye kofi kenata so de nsem ba betujo twema mamo nka se oye legend ono de sesi na wo start there are greater things ahead nti sa legend na mo kan kofu twema ye ba songwriter nyum to me Ghana ha say one watch say to me hye nyum wutie nyum say nyum nya abawom sa nyum na nyansa bom enye chen yidi ni bio wo se wo de ba kofi kenata na se na aya kofu bona ba so na kofi achema wo de wate we fans ni de ope all right but on do sa legend status na se na le when say oye legend no eno de on na wa che na adwe but kofi kenata se opamocho on do sa status nti monka so oye legend Ghana wake up I saw to say me no say yenua bia ready share na ka say ochema kom ha say artist for be bring kan me ko fo tro nyoma wo songwriters na so no eye wendi share so the nyom betu dwa say kre na ma fo kan ghost writer bullets na trauma no say na say o say na adan ono obo ne homodin eye ne nyom hit na etwagu yan ko fo chema eye wendi share o shedi eye na ba na mo ase wa me here abna kokwa na eye jomboedu yes wa boni pedu wonti nwom ne ya ye hit na wakopɛ na watie mu nsɛm sɛ ya mpa so shedi wo yende ye hyɛ danim na sabi ode nwom yi beto dwa na eye music producer Hama ne comment bi ko make so nwom media ye bullets na choma na enye wendi shade ene nkwafa na wakasa bullets na choma na wendi se enye sa na eti ode se bia beto dwa na wa cheche na adwan ama Ghana fo na sabi beka eye Hama nsɛm no so wendi opa chopa we are little sister so onim so bon homode ba nsem na oka se bullets na choma no no a wadwen hwen se wanka ne yenti wendi Hama se fa ne bone chem Yakumawood movie producer bia wo friend eye Frank Fifi Gabin and some betu just said no ho fa no. Because that want to me mpo na until we are abon. na nsem de esem bebre na edidi echi na ono ankasa na anu tomoche ma yare ne se na odi na ni to fem mohwe ne ma na aye se obi na edi edru na eje na aye o se dudu ibi na me se amanfo di eje na se de webubu ontumi hye da anya adwuma na nsem iba na o se o ase kwam ha se aya movie producers ma mu twa sinin enyum to fokwanpo ka ho ase se mu ho chima mu ncha da nya mwa bia sa ni se na ekoi na eyi na nkofo keka na wosu na se movie industry mu so mu woku amodom ti se aka se wunwe ye movie producer ne ho ache mpasa ka ba this time na kama ye ne mboa na nsem yekwa na ye 5 pack fu PR o ti be chema o se fifi no ncha da ntua ni dues na de ntia wo mu so betumi aye ne mboa mo akoye ne mboa di candidate but aya se mu so mu ntua dues se mu ho chirewa e be no wo so wo yi kakra na mo de aboa mo the cement industry ni mu aye de keke se na wotwe atwem na be ka me be chiro se ye samini o call Twitter na eja o de nsem bitutu ma yi Shatawale o chema Shatawale ye fake ni ade o sorry I say big man no yo yes boss no one man favor no one man scan o chema Shatawale oni ske bia so sorry onu no se onu no samini no oni scan so o hwema o Shatawo na wo bre na nsem ye ko ne ye se na Shatawale o be jai ma ye samini nsem ye wa kan ho ase mu ko manfo chema we de na Shatawale nka samini ho ase mu nsem wo se de bia Shatawale ne ko pento but where they nanko asemi ko wan boss amini di wo na asemi eja or reply na ye be say ye Shatawale be kasa Shatawale akasa o chema ono no Shatawale so wo hoye say yes I mean on to me afford it $55,000 Rolex watch e bona ono no Satan on to me ba on be reply because on any classmates on the sika phone e dele it is I mean it's a watch one o say wasanso ati say o say wa there ni say o to me release hit song o be release 6 songs in a day o say what but on fanya adwuma Shatawale nso so chema ayan kofo keka no ho asem na den ati say on bo ne ho model so we an to kwankwan no ko say yes anati o ono no chain e da no kum I chain keke da no kum e betumi atofi I mean say fufi na wotim na Shatawale kan wasem de and they mean to me na asem no de bebre aba betudwa na twa to kwa mpo you say video bi obeye you say state of the entertainment media in Ghana Ochema mo sorry mo say na sorry he has attacked this he's attacked that attack na mo use on peti cause mo wo krom ha so obi be kana mo nka hwio na so no kwa kape na fe ni mo ka so Shatawale wo mbo ho modern wo ye violent wo ye den do so no onye violent o onye violent say obe che na adwenya ko ka so ye violent asem de mu njai kan no njai ti na mo fa me fa we ntwa to wo Shatawale nsim Shata no do nsim ya betudo Ochema ye SM fan family for life is for life say dia adubro ma mo nko na mo nko ye ya wo ye stone boy ni sa kodiem na bisade munjai won say as a wo bi koso wo eye bim nation na eye sack native one time won Shatawale fans de Ochema so wo mi akoka Shata ho asempe na SM fans no wa ba no wa be ya won na wa kaka wa adwen chew Shata sisi de bisa ya won ne sa nyamanyama ne muntwa to na mafo SM fans so mo ti no say Shata wo de wa kan ya ate na nso SM for life is for life. Once a mupum na ya Jackson, a commode actress. One say young actress or start on the ma miss one of niade. They were my woman you say ya Jackson see they were switching or bonyum niade. Now Jackson and say bonyum niade kaya support. If you say ya some no kaka say word play niade and then entire shema so you know ka cra. You been one say ya Jackson a tattoo na sumu say wa pierce niade. Now you and brother didn't say me to your trema ni nwan say evil lifestyle na no living. Say the person repenting because I say wa afemu ni ade ono ankasa ne ni se de nje ni amana ekwo na sa asem ye Jackson Kenya media betu bibire nim se ya mpa na se kwose ya ntie fie ya Jackson ano se ya mpa se yi ehwe papa ni hit song yi se ni nyomu a wo se mu ntie down ni menya adua wo de pie ya Jackson nyomu bi netie na wo be hu words ni ade akola keto an ze we si so but ya Jackson chirema she's here to live the life so ye kakom ha say movies are old movies ejedi mpa mavudi ehwe de kan ho asem pa de ne na ye Diablo na onipa no play role no say Diablo na owo bi ni ade say won kai amekai wo onipa no play we friend ye Boss Smith Jr. Ochema say na me bounce ni na echi ko na nkopon ye na dum no coach sister bi na de ode pass em you too nim no Ochema sanka sister ne pa hwe sa Diablo ni bia na konje di sanka be accept ni proposal cause onu no si sister na nko onim so no ye Diablo man na nka sanka Ochema some movie role no play the that down na nkofo say obeda no wo no monfunzo movie role say na onipa we play movie afedi in real life so Daniel wo ade no your war na what you dey so all be hu say common dey na edoso o ma wo say wo ye legend o mo say ma won frɛ won legend ni nyina ye dey aba Shatawale nsu sem so wo say wa reply samini dey ni di achi da say na ho be because entertainment industry bi ama boni be da be som say dey eye be ni so wusu am so parijan ono abedwafo nsom amonto asoman.
Welcome back and thank you, Ama Bruni, for this week's Nkomo. On Bloggers Forum today, I have Kofi Zeda, the one who is always flipping granules in the air on Facebook. Welcome, Zeda.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I also have Ekia Tilinipa. She's a presenter on One Play Africa. If you recently watched the Sarkodia interview, she's the face behind that particular interview.
Oh, nice.
Welcome.
It feels good.
Bribery and corruption. only them, they gave them an interview. They didn't give the rest of us.
Oh.
We are monitoring.
Maybe give us your trick. Then I would Sarkodia on the show.
I don't know. He requested it.
Sarkodia requested?
Yeah, on Instagram live video.
Wow. That he wanted to speak to One Play Africa?
Just tell them you've been supporting him always, so he had to return the favor.
Really?
Of course.
Is that how you understood the whole conversation?
But you got Momo as well, right?
From who?
Who else?
Please, who?
Sarkodia.
Oh, wow. I'm honored. I'm honored. Thank you.
Okay, so before we talk about it, Cheesy Pizza is the proud sponsor of Bloggers Forum, and Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have a great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also, remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 133397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza, your way. Mami started with Ekia.
Yeah.
So, which of the stories are you picking?
Okay, so I think I'll pick on Inshabe's Kojo message to Lewin.
Okay.
Yeah, when he's saying that he should admit that his time has passed and all that. I think it's a childish talk, because then you are also, if not, I mean, in Ghana we say former artist. I don't know if somebody's talent disappear at a certain age, but you are also in the art. Our main problem as Ghanaians has been the fact that we want to always retire people who are in the space. We are quick to do that, which is why when people do it to them, then they are pained. Why do you tell another person who is in their craft that your time has passed? How does Stephen Wonder, is he still not alive doing his things, or he's dead? Even if he's dead, his works. So how is it that an artist, because of emotionalism, can say that another person's craft has passed? How did they pass? That is what we've been doing to our veteran artists, for them to, become so impoverished or whatever they are at the end of the day. Because you can't tell somebody in their craft that your time has passed. In Ghana, we pull him down so much that we would rather say your time has passed, and so let's box you aside, rather than trying to merge the old and the new together. So for an artist to tell somebody in their craft that your time has passed, who is serious, basically.
Zeda.
Okay, so I would want to pick on D Black's, the tweet that he made, artist management is a thankless job. So, well, he's right at the point though, but artist management, what does it involve? It involves finances, it involves the talent of the artist as well. It involves the content that artist is bringing. Good. Now, when you are doing artist management, it is a 50-50. It will go good or it will go bad. So yeah, just as you were saying, if it goes good, they would mention the artist's name. If it will go bad, they will mention, oh, the label are not doing well. So in the end, it will be like a trash at him. It was because of what Koji Sheldon was talking about, that what is the 3 steps that he's been able to do to impact the industry. One way or the other, I can remember Joey B. I can remember D-Money. Currently, I can remember Sefa. These are 3 people that were through Black Avenue music. But quite unfortunately, things haven't been so good and all that. D-Black Nangasana and some more that, but let's not go to that direction. He's done his part for the industry. I've heard a few complaints about having connect and not giving it to other people. You can be such a bad person, you want to be greedy and all that, but just as he was doing his works with Black Avenue Music, he's done a good job. He's done so much for the industry and all that, but he should understand, he's not the only one facing such a problem. If I'll give another example, Kiddy. When Kiddy is in the trends now, but how many people are mentioning Richie's name? How many people are mentioning Albert's name? Albert is Richie's brother. They are always on the road running affairs. So he should understand that, it is a business. Once the thing starts going good, it is the artist that is going to gain it. But one way or the other, you are gaining your revenues on the side. But you are not telling us that you are making money on the side. So you should just chill and just relax like that now.
So you are an artist manager and a publicist, and you really know the industry very much.
Yeah.
So do you support the statement that it is a thankless?
Who writes the rules? You meet your artist. If your artist is able to tell you thank you, that is all. Because you are working for the artist. You are not working for the whole Ghanaian music industry. You decided to invest your money, your time and everything into the artist. So who is supposed to thank you? It is the artist, unless the artist is being ungrateful. And you can't tell me the people who have passed through your hands have been ungrateful, because I can see Joey B, the vibe is always there. I can see Sefa, the vibe is always there. Even those who left his label, I can see there's a vibe there. So I don't know which kind of maybe we should build him a statue. Yeah, maybe he wants a statue at Onyx. We'll just do an unveiling that, D Black, these are the artists that came through you, so please. But per what I know, per the stuff I've seen Sefa do, I know she's always thankful to him for the stuff that he's been doing for her and continuously is doing. So you shouldn't worry. At the right time, maybe if he wants the legendary status, we'll just give it to him then. That would be the thank you as well.
Ikia. Yes, I think I'll pick Lewin saying that veteran actors must be paid by the government. Oh my God, Ghana.
Do you disagree?
Heavily. You see, I feel like entertainment industry, the creatives, unfortunately, want to wallow in ignorance. Basically, it's
ignorance.
Yes, they want to wallow in it. They don't want to learn, because I mean, I am privy to certain space conversations that artists of certain caliber are saying certain things, and I'm like, oh my God, it's not possible. I'm very young in the industry, and I even know staff and artists who has had hit upon hit, doesn't know, and I'm like, you don't want to learn. Basically, that's it. Like, it is as simple as ABC. How can Lewin say that the government, Ghana, your problems, and so enough? No, I don't get it.
They've contributed their quota
to who?
By entertaining the public, to release tension.
Which is why, you see, the industry, clearly, we prefer money now, let's eat now, than the structure that's supposed to regulate the system that will give us the money we need, and probably for our young children or generation to come and also enjoy from our hard work. How do you say the government should feed the veterans? So what? We are never going to fix the structures? How about you saying that there should be a way where the residual pay or allowance that actors get from paybacks from old movies, like some Adetefio's videos that he has done, that they are showing by the fireside, that some people are still showing, GTV, I'm sure they show that clip, that they are showing, they are supposed to be getting residual pay, which can last them a bit. How do you say that the government should not fix this system that will rotate for everybody to feed, but to let the person get old, and if by God's grace they are alive, the government should pay them? Oh yeah, go ahead then.
Zeda, do you think so?
You should ask yourself, just look at the industry that we are in. Do they even pay taxes? Do they really declare income tax? Do they even? So you've worked, you were gaining all your monies on your own. Now the money is finished. At the age of 60, you want the government to. So what about the people who are doing the government work, the civil servants too as well, who are struggling hard, those who are the parliamentarians, the MPs, even those in the police service, the prison service and all that? What were they doing for the country? What you were doing, you were just acting 1 week, 2 weeks, you had done. But the police, the military and all that, they are on the road every day. So who needs that benefit more than them? Sometimes they when you talk, they will say because you have the platform, you are trying to hate them or you are envying them or something. But yo, there are people who need more support than what you are doing. Or there are people who are doing stuff for the country out of free will and all that. The police put yourself at risk every day. But what is their pay? The military, even those in the doctors, the health services. Look at the stuff that we need. We've not even spoken enough about those stuffs. Because you use them quite one or two be comedian be and please, I'm a comedian myself. I can entertain myself.
So just 2 minutes. What other story do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about the Wendy Shea story.
Okay.
Whereby she's talking about, there was a tweet. Almost every female artist in Ghana has a songwriter, but nobody really cares who writes for them. But anytime Wendy Shea drops a hit song, they want to credit everything to the so-called songwriter. So-called, that's an insult. You don't even respect the person who wrote the song for you. For you to tag the person, even if you added your bit to it, you don't, in as much as people are hating on you, there are certain things you don't give yourself out like that. The songwriting is a skill. Songwriting is a whole business in its own. Even if you coughed, and you were in the studio and it gave an inspiration, you are giving credit for it. Even if you wrote the whole verse and somebody just came and said, let's do a rearrangement this way, you are giving credit as a songwriter. So she should understand that in this business, people will criticize you, but don't end up disrespecting the person who also helped you write the song. Because with the whole statement, it's quite unfortunate, looking like you're a little bit ignorant about the duty of a songwriter. For you to say a so-called,
maybe she feels she's not been acknowledged for her effort. She's been putting in enough to write her own songs.
To say a so-called, whoever was there, even a producer can be a songwriter.
Yeah.
He can be given a credit, because one way, when they are listening to your composition, they'll be like, oh, you need to change it this way and that way. So fine, the criticisms there, when the show will face it till and strongly, she's standing in it. She's been able to last very long, and she's still going to be in the industry for long. So she should understand that it would always come, but sometimes the emotions will get over you, because you are putting in the hard work and people are not seeing your efforts. It's really painful. So sometimes you might say certain things, but one way or the other, she puts in effort. She puts in effort, because I know this all for you. Because that time I was working with her, I saw the effort in that song. At least I was able to see that. So yeah, I understand the purpose, the problem whereby people are not really acknowledging her to be a good singer and or a good songwriter and all that. Because there's this song to Mama. There's this song she released, Mama. Yeah, it was a kind of Mother's Day song. She wrote part of the song, but it's not something that she's been talking about a lot. So I feel she should rather more often also talk about it, like the songs. Because if you check her first album, The Shea on You, yeah, she had credit on the songs that she wrote as well. So if she could also project that more, people won't come bashing her that somebody wrote the song and all that. It's not always Bullet who can write all the songs for her.
Okay, we will go for a quick break, and then when we come back, we will talk about who really a legend is. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back to Bloggers Forum, and before we go on, we want to discuss who really a legend is in the entertainment industry. But let me read the story. It's on GhanaWeb.com, so you can find it there. Never compare Dr. Likey to me. I'm a legendary. Lil Wayne. That's what Lil Wayne is saying. It is no doubt that Ras Nene has taken over social media with his comic skits, which have earned him praises from some individuals. To many, he held the movie industry down when it was in shambles, but it appears Lil Wayne thinks otherwise. According to the Kumawood actor, Kojon Cancer Lewin, Ghanaians should stop comparing him to Rasnene because they are not of the same level when it comes to achievements. He made mention this in an interview with Zion Felix. Let me see what he wrote. There is a difference between a movie star and a YouTube star. It is impossible to cross boundaries. For instance, I'll continue to be a star until I die. My record is unbeatable. I have set a very high standard, and that will be difficult to break. I have over 2,000 movies to my credit. Don't challenge a legend. Zeda.
Well,
the comparison is now between a YouTube star and then...
Dr. Laiki is not a YouTube star, quite unfortunately. He's been in the Kumewood movie industry, but most of the roles he was playing, he was either playing a gangster or a criminal or a drug addict in the bush in some... You don't watch Kumewood there?
I watch. Why?
Even the name Rasnene
is
established.
I watch in buses.
So he's been there for a long while now, but God being so good, it was through these skits that was able to. And at that time, the hair was bushy. If you look at his old pictures, he didn't have the sakura. It was the rasta that he had, and he was able to change, and he's doing these skits and all that. I don't want to sound like, quote unquote, a hater of Rasnene, but his skits are too long. His skits are too long. So if you want to do a comparison between Laiki and Lewin, I'm like, yeah, just work. Because when you watch a Lewin movie, every scene is funny. Even when he's serious, he's funny. If you want to write down the number of movies he's done, it's uncountable. You get me? Somebody trending now, okay, doesn't make the person a legend. At all, at all, at all. You are trending. It is your time. Enjoy it. But if we put the movies down, let's line them up. What are the movies you've done? How long have you been doing the movies? Let's look at the whole stretch. This whole Kumewood time. I can say at least, if I'm even wrong, at least I know Lewin has done movies close to 5 years or even 10.
Yeah.
Dr. Laiki was just playing minor roles and all that. You get me? So it is not because currently he's gaining all the attraction and all that, so you're going to do the Lewin comparison. Fine, if maybe it's a hyper, if it's a hype to bring Kumewood back, we are in this business. We understand the traits of it, you see, But I'm even surprised there's this friction between them because there's this video from Medical, Accra. Like he was making a call to Lewin on his set in the bush somewhere. So I was trying to understand, where from those whole fight? So if they are trying to do some whole trendy and all that just to get us talking so as they will drop something, they are fair enough. But Lewin and Laiki is like a wrong comparison totally. Because the comedy aspect alone, Lewin can even be a stand-up comedian and Dr. Laiki won't even fit. You get me? Lewin is way, way ahead of him. But maybe I feel Ahomaswaka crack and Lewin wants Laiki to humble himself, no man rules and Laiki to doesn't want to.
Laiki is established though.
Laiki is not established.
His name, Rasnene, is already established.
Comedy skits, YouTube and ambition. You won't watching VVIP bus. You won't watch it. If you are popular, let's put you in VVIP bus. It is going that crap.
In the movies, he is known as Rasnene.
Rasnene. The movies are here. How many series now when you're pen drive? Movies are in when you're pen drive. So special VVIP bus.
Really?
Please, please. You've not been to Kumasi more than me. Me, Kumasi, my born a triangle. Kumasi Accra Takrade. Me Chinsa. So your movies are not in the VVIP bus. Even the Sprinter. The tools, no, your movies are not in there. It's only we who are on the internet who are watching the comedy skits on them. And even the skits, there's always this comment, you just see only maybe 15 seconds, 20 seconds. You don't see the full part of it. But when you sit down and watch a Lewin movie, you see that, there's an actor, Onimejumano, like Jimmy and the war, so he should calm down. This is his time. He should enjoy. At least with me, I could buy a crab. Ombompa and Uncle America, maybe Uncle UK, Uncle Europe, Uncle Chinchin Kakra. But on Yabotre, Lewin is well established. Lewin doesn't even use script. Oh my God. He doesn't even I've been on the set countless number of times. I was like, how are they able to know that you win it? Because they only be like, oh, when I just saw you in the seal. And he would talk, so I was like, Nanina, much trauma. No. And it fits perfectly. He doesn't go overboard, he doesn't overdo it. So I don't know, maybe he should just pick a few stuff from him and just make himself better. But legendary, dear, Lowen is there.
Is the legend, yeah. Nanikia, do you think so?
I didn't know one could bestow legendary level on their own self. I honestly didn't know that though. I thought society would bestow that on you and not the other way. But okay, since we are here, let's talk about it. Okay, so I don't think I'm going to make the comparison between Ras Nene and Lewin about what's funny and what's... I just think that Lewin over the years has been able to influence the industry or a generation of actors who, when you even watch movies, they sort of, is it impersonate or mimic or sort of Lewin, like you see Lewin traits in them. There are people like that, and to me that is legacy enough to want for me to bestow the legendary status on you. However, when you look at it critically, that thing of Lewin started from Ejaku. So I cannot sit here and call Lewin and Ejaku a legend when they are basically doing the same thing that I know who started first. Do you understand? So then I would take the, let's say, music industry. I would put a Kwade there as a legend because he influenced a generation of musicians who wanted to sound like him. When you take the rap industry to, there are people who want to sound like a particular person. That person is a legend. When you take the reggae dancer, there is one person who has influenced a generation of artists who want to sound like him. He is a legend. When you take the movie industry, you can't, there's no way I can pick Lewin over Ejaku and put Lewin legendary over Ejaku. Yes, Lewin has a catalog though. He has a lot of movies to his credit that Likey does not have. But is he a legend? Is his act influencing a generation as Ejaku? Because I feel like he is part of Ejaku's generation.
Maybe we have to talk about what criteria can we look out for to say this person is a legend.
I just said it. Somebody's when Brofo has entered. A legend is someone, someone I would bestow the legendary title on is somebody whose craft or behavior or something about him has influenced a whole generation to be like him. Which is why I case the point with Kwade. At a point, even now for me, it's like Kwade. Do you get it? If you take, let's say, I know what you're saying, because you say that I did for Sack. Let's talk.
Say it and be free.
Sack, you take a lot of these young rappers, they are all sounding like Sack. Their cadence, their flow, their progression, everything like Sack. You take the reggae dancer, Shatawale. These boys, see, I'm a host for this a show at Crate's Lounge called the Superstar Night, where young artists come and then they want to perform and on. It's not easy. See, when Stonebwoy said he, Sack and Shatta will reign for 40 years, they didn't understand they will reign for 40 years. Because they have influenced a generation of new artists who are sounding like them. So until somebody breaks that chain for new people to sound like him, there's no way they will fade. 40 years to nobody. No, it's true. So I don't know the generation Lewin has been able to influence that much. Maybe me Kumasi maybe. Maybe me not Kumasi. But like the Lewin I know is more of a photocopy of Ejaku, only better though. Like he is really funny. So to say compare Ras Nene to him is an unfair comparison, I must say. That's let's establish it. But to give him a legendary status to is an overhype to me. That is it. because really, Lewin has done the job. And I feel like for Lewin, when you take the craft, well, you know what, it doesn't even matter because everybody has their downsides anyways. Yeah. You can't use the fact that he's petty to judge or to ruin his hard works and then the catalog. He is there. Why you pain? However, I don't think he be putting the legendary status on himself. Because if you're saying, how about Grace Omabo?
No, the whole thing is because they are trying to do that comparison.
Yeah,
with like that's how come.
Yeah, but that comparison is unfair. And that's what is gonna what is wrong with us. When somebody is trending now, you want to compare. You want to mark somebody's hard work.
Just like y'all talk. Really? When I started comparing Sarkodie, I was like, how?
You
like
see,
compare the songs alone. Like, why?
Give me 10 years. Let Lewin leave the movie industry now, and give me 10 years where Rastana is actively, not passively, in the movie industry. Then I can compare their work and say, you know what, this person could be more legendary than the other. But if not, and if I give him 10 years and Lewin is still in the game 10 years, on
I think Yaudabo and Kofi Inshiraba. Yeah, they disagree with Mumi and Uma session.
Yeah,
this is what Yaudabo. This is what Yaudabo is saying. Dr. Likey has arrived. He's currently on top. The world is evolving, and because he puts his craft on YouTube, people think he's just a YouTube star. But every star is a star, and everything evolves around social media. That is Dabo.
Every star
so
is
he
a
wants
star.
Lewin to accept that this is Dr. Likey's time.
Oh, but what is wrong accepting that it's someone's time? Now me, I started blogging. There are younger bloggers coming. They are more energetic than me. Should I hate them that? No, it is a time. But my connect I have, you can't get it that easily. Because the places Lewin will be able to enter. Because the people I meet and they tell me, they are not popular people. They are like, oh, I have a connect to Lewin. Those in the marketing industry and all that. I was like, oh, okay. There are certain places Lewin will be able to enter. There are certain things you'll be able to get within a snap of a finger. It's not about currently, Obia show videos, you are trending and all that. We need now. Fine, we accept it. You're more platform. No, yeah, but you're no more harder than we know. Lewin is doing a lot of productions in the background that he has not even released it. And I know there are a lot of TV channels who are already begging him, so Fabra a channel. Then I would YouTube TV channel Benny.
YouTube is a global platform.
YouTube is a global platform. How many of our parents watch YouTube on a regular? They're always watching TV. They're always watching the local channels. So if it's not their son or daughter who will buy them the Android phone, the TV there, but from making sure so better TV, no, they would always find a local channel. You are always on the internet, so don't center all your focus there. What about those who are in the villages who go to they go to the farm on a regular, then they finally got in electricity in their homes, and finally their son from Accra brings a TV. You think they'll bring them a smart TV? The internet in the age here. They'll bring them the normal TV. The normal TV that will get you the local channels. And they won't tune into the channel that will speak English. Brofna, how are you? I'm fine. And no. Open your back and tree, your back and fancy, your back and cry. Like, yo, these are the kind of things they want to. So let's not sit on the internet and overhype everything. Even those who are abroad, they even stream the local channels. So what are you saying? YouTube is global into the end. They always want to find the channels that are showing the local content. So they have YouTube. The internet is unlimited to them, but they are still looking for the local stuff. So what channel are you saying? Because it's time, because YouTube star. Now you see YouTube a call 5 minutes and say now start on the one. No.
Rasnene is not bigger on YouTube than Lewin. That notion is so wrong. It's not even true. Lewin had a YouTube channel that was almost hitting how many hundreds of subscribers in mobility because and then in less than a week he built the same magnitude of YouTube. That guy is powerful on YouTube. If there's any Kumawood actor aside Mac Brown that is powerful on YouTube, Rasnene on to Lewin. Oh, the TV, YouTube. Never. It's not possible. Like, you shouldn't even think about it. Lewin, see, Ras Nene is a breakthrough. Lewin is a success.
Okay. That
is the conversation here. He has broken through. Lewin has been successful. Having constant breakthroughs is always successful. You get it? You can't compare. You cannot, in no universe, compare Lewin's magnitude on YouTube to Ras Nene, even at this point. It's not possible. Lewin at the other two, I never channel YouTube neither trending exploit the hobby because Lewin is that powerful. You know, Lewin actually has a whole production for YouTube alone. I know Kranko TV so. So when we are talking about YouTube, he doesn't have that power than Lewin on even YouTube. No, it's not true. So I don't even know. And as I said, one is a breakthrough, one is a success.
No, but it's always people in the media like who are always like fueling all this stuff because the person is growing. Like Modia Moman in Coca Creanca. COVID neboano. COVID neboaras nene. Nanka by this time ye ni muna obi twa sene na ye production. COVID neboano. Sisiano, everything is coming back to normal. We are getting people to be meeting in places. We are getting productions done and all that. In Sisia, you just was okay. Then I send you why breakthrough style produce a movie back on the entire.
You know, let me add something to this thing. What he said about the media fueling such conversations is quite tragic and catastrophic to the artist. No, it's true. No, wait a minute. And I promise myself not to speak anymore. It's my first time. Next time, I'll bring my dictionary. No, you see, what we keep doing when we want to compare breakthrough artists to people who have sort of found their feet in the spaces that we sort of bring a barrier between them so much so that now Lewin is going to protect his turf, his connections. That's one advice he could have given to Nene for him to reach his level or make keep. That is what we do to the people. We kill the industry. We kill the industry.
Media kills the industry.
That is true. Because then, now that you are even here making this very, very unfair comparison, do you think if Lewin and Ras Nene sit on a table and he has an advice or a link that can put him to the next level, he will do that? He wouldn't do that. But quite unfortunate, we need that conversation to happen so that we can build that universe of stars. Approaching Hollywood, Ghana. Because we keep making it feel like the breakthroughs are bigger than them. So if you are bigger, be big. Let me also be big in my corner. That is a problem. The media, we are being unfair to these artists. We should stop.
Moving forward, still on the legendary discussion. So we have another story on GhanaWeb.com, and the headline is "Stop calling me a legend. I haven't reached there yet at all." Kofi Kinata begs. Multiple award-winning artist Kofi Kinata has emphasized that he doesn't think he's gotten to the level in the music industry to be called a legend. I don't think I deserve to be called a legend for now because there are greater things ahead that I need to accomplish, Kofi Kinata said in an interview.
I should go, eh?
Yes.
Okay, so Ghana has a more legendary status to retire. So he has found a trick. Once they start calling you legend, know that the next conversation, he knows it. He knows it. He knows that once they start calling you a legend, they are trying to retire you. Fans they bring Ghana a hero. In this Ghana, fans they bring a hero. So we went like 18, you are I know you are lying, you are lying. After 90, it is true. Sometimes fans put us in certain positions that gives us unnecessary pressure that we cannot even live up to. And for him to redeem himself, I'm proud of him. Because it's all the legend it was now for moment. Something for the voice. Do you get it? So he just wants you to know now that, you know what, when I reach that status in life, I mean, you can't be a legend when your pocket is not legendary. Come on, me if you tell me I'm popular, I'm telling you that my pocket doesn't show popularity right now. Do you get it? I just feel like he knows his place, he knows his level, he trusts the process, and he knows the pace he's going. So he won't let him jump when he's not there. Giving him legendary, and then we'll call what's his name, TK Mensa or whatever they go to what?
I think somewhere in 2019, Obrafo, or is it Obrafo, yes.
Yeah.
And also he declined to be described as a legend.
I think he wasn't quick enough, because as soon as they declared him, they put him on He should have been quick like Kinata.
But looking at Obrafo's achievements...
Oh yeah, I mean, you can call Obrafo a legend.
You can.
You can't call him a legend. However, Kinata say, baby, I may call me, baby, I may do no legendary, so don't put it on me. Else, trust me. Which is why if you're a lady and you're watching, please keep your age off social media, because after a certain age, you'll start saying, those kind of things, it's like they are tracking you. They have these unrealistic projections for artists. God, for you, we have these unrealistic projections for artists. Today, I've started to suck on the, hey, this girl, she be the best, she be the this. Next 2 years, oh crap, I don't know. Like, you get it, that is our nature. So for him, knowing his journey and knowing his pace, he won't let him jump things unrealistically, knowing where he is. No, he's done well.
Kofi Kinata, he was more of a rapper, and he joined the high life scene with the singing. Ask yourself, how many albums has he even released? How many sales has he made when it comes to physical copies of CDs, when it comes to streams? Numbers in the cry saying 100 million we do.
Please, I won't answer.
He hasn't even gotten to 100 million streams alone. I'm not talking about which one, Audiomack. No. I'm not talking about Audiomack. I want something like Apple Music or Spotify. That is where the money is.
The paying platforms.
Audiomack, they are free. I know Jara. It's for those who like doing Father Christmas stuff. He hasn't really gotten those numbers. And look at his catalogs. Look at the songs that he has. He's done a lot of features with a lot of people. But the recognition, it drew him. How many people even in Ghana know about Kofi Kinata for you to call him a legend? And Accra Kumasi na Ghana, no?
Yeah, in the music industry, yes.
No, in the music industry. But if you look on the map itself, it goes way beyond. It goes to all the 16 regions. Every artist has a plan. Every artist has a projection that they want to see themselves in. He hasn't done even international. The only feature he's done is with Patoranking. Yeah, so far, and apart from that, I haven't seen anything else. So for people to start legend, no. Legend, like woman fans, my I say no, but that is not enough. And quite unfortunately too, when people start that thing, it's something to get into your head to make you feel comfortable and relaxed. When you allow that thing to get into you, you forget where you are going. You just enjoy the hype, and you start churning out lazy stuffs. Lazy content.
Yeah, because
you feel you're a legend. So then that means anything I bring out, they would accept it. So you can just even cough and spit. Excuse my language. Cough and spit on the microphone and just record it and feel people are going to no. It is quite a way to also like bring you down, unfortunately. If you really know yourself well, if they are calling you a legend and you Ankasa, you know that you are not. You Ankasa, you watch yourself, you know the stuff that you are doing. And if you compare it to your colleagues in other continents, look at the level that they've reached. Yakan legend, MJ Moon, like those stuff that they've done, the awards that they've won, Grammy, Beyonce crying friend legend pusa. Now you're from legend or Ghana because Oberbo show no in for 3,000, 4,000. No more bad near Helu. Oberco Instagram now we pussy now when you're 10,000 comments and way. So you think how many deals have you signed? What impact have you even brought onto the community? Ujai in your
Kinata has
no. Ujai in your bosses here. What will be the conversation about? Would you vanish just like that?
I'm not sure Kinata will vanish
It's not just like that too. You know, this are Ghana no. Retire,
retire. Kinata.
hold on, or retire, can you retire? Once they don't hear from you one or two now, hey, wabre, we hardly play our songs back to back like that. We are always looking for new music to play and other people's songs to play. I don't want to mention any country before they come and attack me, but one way or the other, you need to understand that you know where you are going to, you know your direction. There are certain things, they are just said to get into your head just to sway you away from your direction.
So do you think Kinata was being modest with his response?
Of course, because he knows the impact that he can have with his craft. Because switching from someone who is a rapper to high life is not that easy.
He's very strategic in releasing his songs.
Good. So
anytime Biaso releases a song, no,
so he knows the direction that he's going towards. So he wouldn't allow certain words to sway him off his direction. Because hey, and he knows it's a long journey. Only 30 for you.
Sir, are
you privy to his age?
I won't mention it.
But you just did.
I said he's not. I haven't mentioned exactly. He's not. So he has a long journey ahead. He has a larger impact to give on the young ones. The way, when I was coming, the Uber I took, the driver was playing a lot of the songs. And there were certain songs, I could hear different people. And I was like, hey. Then he's also having his impact one way or the other. So I'm sure he wants to also prove a point that one day somebody too will get to the next level and mention that, oh, Kofi Kran saw Mensa. You get me? Those are the kind of things that you can mention that where you say, where they make us say. But currently, you know, it's not enough. And there's more money to be made in the business, even though there's no money. So
who are some of the legends in the entertainment industry, both music, movie, that
Eddie Crento.
Osibisa.
Okay.
Pat Thomas.
Movie
Amachi Dede.
David Dontomo.
That
Grace Omabo. Hey, let me go to theater. Eddie Nam Atachi.
Yeah, those are
theater.
Those are legendary because
the laboratory, they are the legends.
Pascal and Edwards.
Hold on, I'm coming. The laboratory.
But Pascal was acting with Eddie Nam.
Question mark.
And then what happened?
Question mark. I read
she
a story.
Started with them.
I read a story on Ghana where she was sabotaged once and all that.
I could say Japan. All these people, I'm sorry to those I can't mention, but
those are because what check here on more catalogs, you know, if you look at where they've been to, like the places they've been able to explore with their music. I recently, someone was saying something about you see these Nane Champo and that Dumbadia song. They're mixing a machine, and you chrome how instruments me a bo original and a bo
Lumba craft, sorry. Lumba, the Champon brothers and all. See, you see, he mentioned something about, you said, was he being modest? He wasn't being modest, he was being honest. Actually, because then the point is that he doesn't have to hold somebody's hands for us to say, oh, I want you. Your song on its own should be able to do the magic. There should be people who will give testimonies that way and your mom is and now waste all I'm a copy and a drew how until he gets those kind of testimonies. He wouldn't jump the broom and say, what, I am a legend or agree to be. He's not being modest. No, he's not. He's being honest. I no credit. Candid though, candid, but it's the truth. That is the conversation.
I know you really enjoyed this week's discussion on Bloggers Forum, but before we go, Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also, remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 13 3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza your way. Anna Ekia Tilly.
Tilly Ekia Nipa.
Tilly Ekia.
But it's fun watching you juggle.
It's been fun having you here on Bloggers Forum.
Thank you.
Tilly, your final remarks.
It's nice to be here actually. I come here, but my boss sits here. So today I'm in this chair. Yeah, I would like to touch some few seconds on the D-Black conversation to Kojo Sheldon. I mean, the reason why Kojo Sheldon is honored in the space is because of the deficiency in our media. Basically that, which is why he has a voice, or which is why his voice has become some form of influence, because the media in general, we are failing to do our work. We are all going the TMZ way. Hey, this person did this. Dr. Laiki has not greeted the way, those kind of things. How about putting premium on the other parts of their work? Fortunately for Kojo Sheldon, he has found a way of doing something different. He puts premium on the lyrics, which is what genius they do outside there. So now, on money they were sharing on farm on the say lyrics no or the premium so it is nice for the youth. Because generally all they hear in the media is this lady has slept with this lady, you get it, which is all the lyrics to the interviews like that, panel interviews, that sort of things. So he is doing something different. If we are going to open ourselves up, learn, and also put premium on things that are important to the artist, Kojo Sheldon will always have a voice. He is here to stay because the media wants to be one way, he wants to be different. So if there's somebody who is going to put premium on shoes or sneakers like the way Complex do, somebody who is going to put premium on other things, you know, people will start seeing that voice as an authority. Now Kojo Sheldon has a voice because we the media, we didn't do our job. So yes, he has the right to say whatever he wants to say to D-Black because the media fails D-Black.
Your final remarks?
So one way or the other, when we go about our duty in this business, D-Black, I want to go back to D-Black's issue about the artist management being a thankless job. It might look discouraging to other people who want to invest in this business because they will feel like, oh, if somebody who has been in it for more than 10, 15 years is saying that it's a thankless job, then that means if I tend to invest in it, yeah, that must say, you get me. Fine, maybe he's speaking from a point of pain or whatever he has been through and all that. But one way or the other, too, you should understand, human beings are always going to be human beings. They are going to be bad humans, they are going to be good humans. He's not complete, but hey, he should understand. It is a human nature. Oh yeah, but is he perfect?
Why are you
He's
putting
not.
your
Yeah, I want to. Yeah, because you should understand. There are good people, there are bad people. On one label, there was a coup d'etat and people left the label. So he should understand. In as much as he has a platform now, it shouldn't be a source of discouragement to other people who are coming. He's been doing a good job, great job. Currently, and all that. So he should keep up the good work. I know it's not easy to get all those kind of discouragements and all that, but just as he has a platform now, he should keep on encouraging us because I see him doing wonderful things. I see him do exciting things. He's going on a tour and he doesn't go alone. He makes sure wherever he's going, there will be certain things to show. So that is what he's doing. What he's doing is also impacting me because I'm also learning. So I have not been able to tweet at him and say thank you. But at least I am here. I'm able to let other people know that, yo, this man is also... So he's saying it's a thankless job. I'm thankful for what he's doing for his artists. I'm also learning from him. So you should understand, there are good people and bad people. So it's not everybody who will go and be ungrateful.
I know, sir, we all had fun today. The person you just listened to is known as Kofi Zeda, a publicist. Onyeni Paketwa Sao. Asaya road manager, and then he's the founder and owner of GhanaWeb.com. And me and my sister here.
Bomidi. Bomidi mami.
Silly Ekia Nipa. She's a presenter at oneplayafrica.com. I know you are wondering And that Abrante Power, another Abrante Power, your managing editor, Mr. Odro, say, why ye Juma Finimunyi na into uncle leave. That is why you are not seeing Abrante Power here. My name is Benis Owusua Oparijan. And in Tina Betina Muma Abrante Power. See you another time.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This program covers all the relevant issues from the hard truth to the facts and the fears. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Recently in West Africa, that's Guinea, there was a coup d'etat and Guineans were rallying behind the coup makers because they were relieved. If I would say all of them, well, that wouldn't be true. But some Guineans we saw in the media were happy about the coup. And many Guineans are asking, what's going to happen next to their country? And also, looking at the issue in Guinea, so many experts have called on countries like Burkina Faso and even Ghana to tighten their security because anything like that could happen. There's also terrorism around the corner. Boko Haram is still active. Now we're going to discuss how the security threat in the region is affecting Ghana and the role Ghana can play in mitigating all these effects if they happen. Our guest is a security consultant and is an expert in the issue, and he's going to talk to us about this right after this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest today is Alhaji Irbad Ibrahim. He is a security analyst, consultant, and also a social commentator. Welcome, Irbad.
Thank you so much for having me.
Were you surprised when the coup d'etat in Guinea happened?
No, the signs were quite clear. And for so long, we've come up with the idea that when you theorize how the 15 nations that make up the body of ECOWAS have transitioned since the independence struggles in the mid-50s and then early 60s, you realize that the Francophone faction of the group has not been able to wean itself of French subsistence. So the coups we've seen in recent times have all been Francophone coups. Guinea-Bissau in Mali back to back, and now we have Guinea-Conakry. Even though there are, various backs of challenges with the Anglophone bloc, the 5 Anglophone countries seem to be doing well. Ghana has transitioned a couple of times since the time of Rawlings. We've seen Olusegun Obasanjo lead Nigeria from '99 and then transitioning to Omar Yar'Adua. He died in office. Goodluck Jonathan, then Buhari came into the picture. In Liberia, and Johnson Sirleaf, handed over power peacefully to George Weah. In Sierra Leone, and then the Gambia, even though with some checkered, history in the Gambia. So pretty much we need to, look at the Francophone, bloc. When the French people left, West Africa, they gave 2 options to the nations who were becoming independent at that time. It's either it was a half-baked independence, where you would be tied to the umbilical cords of Paris, or you would be on your own. So Guinea-Conakry chose the latter, and we are told the French took away virtually everything including desks in offices, and then they ripped off rail lines in some instances, we were told. So that was how Kwame Nkrumah had to intervene. He gave $10 million to his brother Sekou Toure, who was the first post-independence, leader for Guinea. That's how come he has a son called after, named after him.
So with all these interventions,
the French left a vacuum.
Yeah.
And these francophone countries in West Africa have unfortunately not been able to fine-tune the role they need to play in a post-independent West Africa.
So with the vacuum the French have left in francophone Africa, and also the setting up of all the regional bodies like ECOWAS, which is a mix of francophone and anglophone countries, wasn't there supposed to be a change? And what is the disconnect between the two?
Sadly, with my background in diplomacy and having worked as a rapporteur, I know how some of these things work out. You could have a regional bloc do a meeting. It could be ECOWAS, ECAS for Central Africa, IGAD for Eastern Africa, and SADC for Southern Africa. Then there is a resolution you need to make. A communique has to be issued. Then every now and then, representatives of certain countries would excuse you and then go make calls outside. So people need validation from France before they take certain decisions. And for me, that's pretty bad. Look at the choice of currencies, the CFA. The CFA is just an extension of the French currency. The reserves, the central bank reserves of these francophone countries are in France. So at what point can we come out clearly and say, you have to wake up and smell the coffee? If this regional bloc has to be truly independent, you need to sever your allegiance and ties to France in some instances. But sadly, the courage we need for some of these countries to come out against France.
We'll talk more about the regional blocs, but with the expectation or non-surprise of the coup in Guinea, could we say that it is, is fair or is just to have the coup?
And let's be, fair to Alpha Condé. It's not like over the course of the 10 years he was leader, things went amiss completely. He was their president when Ebola struck, 2014, 2015. We saw the leadership he showed. And Ghana's former president played a role. He worked hand in hand with him. We set up the Ebola Response Center in Accra. Great job. He did his best in various, areas. He built 2 dams, one completely done. Many Guineans didn't have access to constant electricity before he came. And the other, dam will be commissioned pretty soon. In terms of infrastructure, a lot more needs to be done in the country. So it wasn't like it was all gloom and doom from day one in office to the last day he was toppled. He did some good things. But where Alpha Condé went wrong was when he made an attempt to, amend the constitution for a 3rd term. And I see some hypocrisy on the side of ECOWAS. ECOWAS has pretty much become a firefighting regional bloc. When things are going wrong, they say, don't say anything. And that problem is inherent within the ECOWAS Charter. There are protocols within the Charter that dissuade poking your nose into the internal affairs of member states. So it's called the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of member states. So no matter how bad the decisions of a president are, you are supposed not to talk. You are supposed not to intervene. But when things go wrong, then they call on ECOWAS to intervene. So for me, that principle needs to be reviewed. You need not to be a magician to be told that there will be more coups in the sub-region. Because the things that Alpha Condé did to have warranted the coup are being done by other leaders. Fonya Sengbe of Togo, next door Togo, he has amended the constitution, he's doing a 3rd term. Alassane Ouattara, and the Ivorian situation is an enigma, is an irony. Alassane Ouattara was a creation of breaking the jinx of longevity in power. The French deployed soldiers to topple Laurent Gbagbo. Then you come, you do your 2 terms, you've amended the constitution for a 3rd term. And so I think the hands of ECOWAS are tied. You find people come up with a body of literature and research as ECOWAS outlive this usefulness. But if you don't arm ECOWAS with the tools to operate, then it becomes very difficult to preempt some of these things that have happened. So I wouldn't call the coup fair, but I think he has been a victim of circumstance, and Alpha Condé would have a legacy of a mixed bag of good days and bad days, but unfortunately he will be remembered as a toppled leader in West Africa.
I know this isn't, or we can't compare the West African regional bloc to the eastern, or I mean the ECAS that's in southern Africa, where we see Rwanda going into Equatorial Guinea to help them with their issues there that they have, the rebels and all that. Do you think this is something ECOWAS could also add into their charter?
Yes, you mentioned before we went on screen, you mentioned the issue of the Gambia, and I'm happy your lovely reportage of the events of the Gambia and the transitioning from, you know, Yahya Jammeh to Adama Barrow. ECOMOG was a precursor to the kind of intervention you are seeing in other parts of Africa. We saw the devastating civil war in Sierra Leone and Liberia. And so Nigeria took the lead. And whether we like it or not, Nigeria is the leader of the continent. Nigeria has the largest market, is the largest conglomeration of black people anywhere in the world. Over 200 million people. So we need Nigeria to take the lead on some of these regional security issues. But Nigeria is contending with its own security issue in its backyard, Boko Haram. So that leadership we saw during the time of ECOMOG and the threat of the use of force in the Gambia seems to be missing currently. So we can pluck some pages from the playbook of Rwanda to be able to, we call it African peer review. If you are Ghana, Nigeria should be able to say, okay, these are the steps you are taking economically, politically, socially, and you need to make these reviews. It is only when we strengthen the early warning mechanisms that we'll be able to forestall coups. It is said that coming events always cast their shadows. You need not be told that these decisions being taken by this president will lead to this eventuality. And so I want a situation whereby there can be a sort of diplomatic intervention to be able to tell that, hey, inflation is too high in your country. Things will bubble over. And so ECOWAS can come in. We have an ECOWAS parliament. We don't have an ECOWAS central bank. That is what differs African regional blocs from the EU. The European Union can actually give you a bailout. ECOWAS can't. So there should be a standby force for ECOWAS, a central bank for ECOWAS, so we can control our forex, we can intervene economically to resolve some of these issues before they bubble over. And so going forward, I believe there are limits to what diplomacy can do. And I believe that at some point we need to use the bully pulpit of ECOWAS to resolve some of these issues before they spiral out of control.
We'll soon talk about the setup of the regional bodies and also the hottest countries or the hotbed for security issues in West Africa, and then Ghana's role in all of these issues that are popping up in the region right after this break. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and we've been having a discussion on security issues in the West African region with Alhaji Ibad Ibrahim. So we're discussing how ECOWAS is limited in dealing head-on with some security issues that come up. We're also discussing the coup in Guinea. So what are the limitations of diplomatic missions, diplomatic blocs like ECOWAS when it comes to such issues like the coup in Guinea? What is the extent they could go?
The communique that has come out from the extraordinary session summoned by the ECOWAS chair of heads of governments, Ghana's own President Nana Addo, has done what we have done in recent years. As soon as there is a coup, the tools that are available within the toolkit are the things we use. First of all, we announced a suspension of the country from ECOWAS. So the borders are shut. That's a semblance of sanctions. But because we are not an economic powerhouse, You can't say presidents or military people who have saved in banks within West Africa will have their accounts frozen. It is non-existent to begin with. So what you do is to come out and say that the membership of that country has been suspended. So that will cajole them into putting together a transitional government. So from a military junta into a civilian government. But unlike in Mali, where Jerry Rawlings was involved, because Nana Addo, as chair of ECOWAS at that time, invited the military coup leaders to Accra. And they met Jerry Rawlings, because Jerry Rawlings has a history of transitioning from AFRC PNDC into a civilian government. So those were some pep talks that were instrumental in diplomatically resolving the Malian issue. But today Jerry Rawlings is no more. We've lost him. And so what are the options? And again, I see intransigence on the part of the coup leaders, because they are complaining when things were bad. Where was ECOWAS? Why would ECOWAS now dictate to them what to do? And for me, it puts ECOWAS in a catch-22 situation, because this is a situation you have to intervene. I'm told Ghana's foreign affairs minister is leading a delegation into the country, so they start talking. And so the military leaders seem popular currently. We saw the jubilation by a faction, even though you said that may not be representative of the aspirations of all the people. So that means that if ECOWAS wants to use force to turn to a civilian government, there could be a civil war. So the options of ECOWAS are a bit limited, and I believe that when we judge, it's always better than warring. So I believe that we need to speak to Colonel Mamandi and all the people involved in this school to want to sit around the negotiating table with civilian, leaders, technocrats who are ready to be part of a transitional government, so that we go beyond this. ECOWAS comes up with ad hoc measures. We saw in the Gambia, they involved Salif, Buhari, and other leaders, and immediately after the crisis, they dissolved that, initiative. So it should be a continuous, standby initiative to resolve political and security issues. That is what is lacking. And so I believe the ECOWAS Charter needs to undergo review. A charter that has been there for decades cannot serve the interests of the 24th and 21st century sub-region. So where there needs to be more engagement, I think that is what we need to do, so that diplomatically, the overarching impact of diplomacy can resolve some of these issues before they even happen.
There's an argument that the age factor plays a role in ECOWAS, because the leadership of ECOWAS, if you look at it averagely, average age will be around 60. And most of these people have seen different regimes of the past, and there's been an evolution of how diplomacy is done. There's been an evolution of how states are run and all of these. But you can see that these people are looking at things from one direction, and there's an argument that when this age factor is dealt with, then we might have a different kind of approach to diplomacy in the region. All these ideas that are coming up and suggestions might be looked at and welcomed into the Charter of ECOWAS and would have some continuity and growth. Is that also your belief?
That's a very good viewpoint. I hear a lot of clarion call on the part of the youth. Even in Ghana, we have fixed the country. In Nigeria, we saw end SARS. And what the youth wanted to do, they wanted to push the envelope further, that beyond the dissolution of the Special Armed Robbery Response Squad, they wanted something else. But I always want us to tread on the side of caution. Because when the youth within the sub-region have been given the opportunity to assume positions of trust, they have in some cases been more corrupt than these aged, dying leaders we are saying they should leave the scene. Look at our universities, whether NUCS or SRC, look at the allegations of corruption. So if somebody in your middle or late 20s cannot be trusted with the dues of students, how can we trust you with billions of dollars of our GDP as a West African country? So I don't think it's an either-or situation. And the youth and the aged can be mutually inclusive. We can tap into the wisdom of the aged and the exuberance of the young to build West Africa and the rest of Africa, because the youth themselves have not proven themselves trustworthy with the national pets, the national kitty in some cases.
But aren't the aged to blame for this? Because if you look at the governments of all these leaders we're talking about, they are also old people, and the youth are put at the back to deal with young people, and the young people they are the biggest numbers of people in these countries. And you're also being corrupt. What do you expect them to learn? And what are they supposed to learn from?
They can always be different. And over the past 3 regimes, I think in Ghana, we've seen very important and delicate positions handed over to young people. And what has been the jury out there? In some cases, it's been worse than having a septuagenarian occupy that position. And so for me, I think we should tread on the side of caution. And we can't blame the aging leaders too much. Why? You can't run for president until you are 40. And in some cases, some of them have had to struggle for 20 years or 25 or 30 years. Nana Addo in a case intended to be president many decades ago, and he only got the nod in 2016. So by the time you would have achieved your presidential ambition, you would be old. So maybe the system has to change.
Isn't that a recipe for coup d'etats?
Yes, yeah, it is, and I agree with you. So maybe we can bring down the age. If universal suffrage is 18, and currently we are even making an advocacy, they should be lowered to 16, because these, young people, they are able to do with digital media what the aged cannot do. There are apps on phones now that teenagers in high schools know better than some people in the university. So these baby boomers, people born in the 2000s, should be a part of the political system. So number one, we are making a recommendation that universal suffrage should move from 18 to 16, because more exposure for these people at their age than we had in our time. And then why do you have to be 40 before you can run for president? We can lower that age as well to maybe 30 or 25 if you are an achiever, so that we can shorten the curve. So by Obama ran as, he did one term as a senator from Illinois. An opportunity presented itself. He became a president in his 40s. By Donald Trump and then Biden actually ran for president in the 80s. He didn't succeed in the primaries. And so it has taken this long for him to be there. And therefore, I think we would be comparing oranges and apples if we say that the aged, generation have failed us. So let's wipe them off and then bring young people. I think it should be a melange or a mixture of the two, so that West Africa and the rest of Africa will achieve the kind of goals we want.
Now let's look at some security crises in the region. We have Boko Haram, we have Fulani herdsmen attacking people, we have even Islamic State, IS, in other countries. We also have COVID. We can't rule out COVID. And we have so many others. They keep growing and they keep multiplying. Let's start with Boko Haram.
Okay.
Boko Haram. We are not seeing a regional push in fighting Boko Haram. Yes, we know the US government is helping with intelligence, but they can't really go indirectly. I don't see Ghana playing any role unless maybe it's a security strategy that they don't want to come out with that information, which maybe you might confirm or not. And the entire ECOWAS are looking on, and we are leaving Nigeria to their fate. Nigeria changed its head of military to fight Boko Haram. They had issues with that. A lot of soldiers were killed. Now they are changing strategies. How do you see Boko Haram ending anytime soon?
You see, the region is responding to these security challenges, first to begin with Boko Haram. There are two classifications of security challenges. You have a conventional security challenge, and you have an asymmetric one. Anytime it is conventional, like the war in Liberia and Sierra Leone, then you can come together and say, let's contribute soldiers, ECOMOG. Then you go in, you exchange artillery, gunfire, and then you topple the bad guys and then make sure that there's a civilian government. But Boko Haram is an amorphous group. It adopts hit and run tactics. And so you can't tell the line of leadership. And even if you want to negotiate, who do you sit with? So it has become very difficult. So there's only one mission, peacekeeping mission within West Africa. It is MINUSMA, and that is to resolve the Azawad secessionist effort in northern Mali. So you find Timbuktu, Kidal, Gao, and Ghanaian soldiers are there.
Yes.
And they are there, contributing their quota to regional security. But we can't deploy to Nigeria because Nigeria, number one, is a big brother. It will be a dent on the credibility, military credibility of Nigeria, that you need soldiers from tiny countries like Ghana to be able to fend off Boko Haram
But it's
attacks.
okay for America to support?
America supports materially with intel because of the satellite assets they have within the region, maybe trainers and all that. But Nigeria alone should be able to resolve the Boko Haram issue. Abuja is one of the areas I work with or in. And when I went to Abuja, I saw that, yes, the activities of Boko Haram have taken a toll on the foreign direct investments that would have on a normal day. When you're going into a hotel, the semblance of insecurity that is created, all of that has really chipped away at the economic might of Nigeria as a country. But Ghana can't deploy the way we have done in the case of MINUSMA in Mali because this is unconventional. So we can help Nigeria with, morale, we can help with diplomacy and all others, but it will be, and especially the fodder and the groups are feeding on, they have made it a religious thing. So if care is not taken, they would want to transpose that kind of idea in individual member countries. And mind you, ECOWAS is largely made up of Francophone countries, and most Francophone countries have a Muslim population of not less than 85%. So if care is not taken, and this idea of, we are fighting against a system that is a kafir system, is going to pose a huge security. It would spread into other regions. Already, we've seen Cameroon suffer from the activities of Boko Haram. Even Chad, Idris Deby died fighting on the front lines, we are told. So we've had to adopt a carrot and stick approach in tackling the Boko Haram menace. But on all other fronts, the pandemic, we've seen, coordination amongst nations. The time has come for us to strengthen the activities of West African Health Organization, WAHO. There's WHO and there's WAHO. And we don't hear too much about them. We need to see infectious disease centers spring up everywhere. We need to see more collaboration, more exchange, so that in future when there's a pandemic like this one, we'll be able to be better prepared to tackle it. But for Ghana, I would commend Ghana because of our leadership role. Burkina Faso is the main security challenge now because Blaise Compaoré was toppled. The youth set the Burkinabe parliament ablaze, and there has been a vacuum. So Ghana is concerned that there could be a spillover. So His Excellency the President was able to convince regional, countries to come up with what we call the Accra Initiative. That summit was held at Pejuase Lodge. So nations have come together to share intel. So Ghana, our neighboring countries, and Benin. So even if it is a pin that falls, you need to share the intel with other nations so that you can protect, each member country from the activities of these groups. So if you asked me, I would say we are not doing too badly in terms of confronting head-on the security challenges militating against the stability of West Africa. But more needs to be done so that we keep the sub-region safe.
Let's talk about Ghana's own internal security issues. And currently there's a call for the borders to be open. And the borders have been closed, and there's a belief that it's affecting even the economy of the country. Is that something that you believe in also? Do you think it should be opened?
Off the cuff, I will tell you that there are about 43 approved and unapproved entry points into Ghana. You see, when you are a sovereign country, there's 3 entry points. You have your airspace,
yes,
and you have your territorial waters. There's some 22 nautical miles before international waters. And then we have the borders, the terrestrial entry points. The most porous are the land borders. So when you go to Paga, Hamile, Sankansi, Elubo, Aflao, there are town folks who can put you on a motorbike and cross over to the other country.
And they are doing that.
And you know, for them, the borders should remain shut because it's good business for smuggling. And customs people as well. There should be integrity in border controls. Some of the border areas, there is no surveillance. It's pretty much like just crossing over. And I believe it is important because some of these, you know, apart from smuggling, you look at the gun running that is going on. Look at the guns in civilian hands in Ghana alone. I sat with the former boss of the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons some years ago, and their survey shows that at that time there were between 2.3 and 3 million guns in civilian hands. So that is after, when you count every 10 Ghanaians, one of them has got a gun, and that is bad enough. How do these guns get in, even though there is some expertise for local manufacture? At Alavanyo, Konya, and also Swami Magazine in Kumasi and Abusoka in Accra, many of these guns cross over from the borders. So what are we doing as a country? Is it about paying a little bribe so that you cross over with anything? And look at the sacks of onions that come from Niger. Look at the charcoal that comes from across the border. You see a huge truck, and there are loads of sacks. And what kind of, you know, frisk and search do we do? Oh, you are from where? Oh, this is a Burkina Faso truck. Okay. Just pass. We need to have the devices that can, you know, filter through and tell that this contains narcotics, this contains guns. That expertise is not there. So I want to see us do more.
You think
it's
we should
not
open
just
the
about
borders?
opening the borders.
Okay, but
Yes.
we think we should open it but do more.
We should open incrementally.
Okay.
Because Nigeria shut down its border with Benin, and people were so angry. Why would Nigeria do that? Because there were unintended consequences for Ghanaian traders, Beninois traders, Togolese traders. But they felt Nigerians should eat local rice. And Vietnamese and Filipino rice production companies were taking their rice through Benin and then crossing over through the porous borders. But Buhari stood its grounds. Eat your own food so that you would empower the local industry. And so for me, it's not about looking inward or opening up entirely. I heard a speech by one of the former presidents of Tanzania, Nyerere. He said, oh, the white folks are deceiving us. They say there should be an open market. But when you put two boxes in a rink, you don't put a heavyweight with a lightweight or a featherweight person. So why should our markets be dumping sites? Look at the fish we saw, the whales we saw on Ghana's coast. When people researched and said, why did the whales die? Some said they were distressed. They were stressed. That was why they died. Maybe somebody has dumped dirty oil in our territorial waters, and somebody has gotten paid for it. We know that British Petroleum and other giant corporations around the world come to our territorial waters and dump dirty oil. How can the fish in our seas survive? So it's not about just being an open market. There should be equity based upon the size of your market and what you are bringing onto the international market. And so we should have open borders, but we should do so in an incremental way to protect the local industry as well.
So we will have to go on another break, but I was so interested in the open borders part because the moment you try to cut down on the infiltration of the market from or by the Western world, you might also affect other countries in the sub-region. Now we have a lot of countries, even in Ghana, where some of our products we import and then we repackage so that we would have it as made in Ghana, but it's actually not made in Ghana.
Wow.
They would also be affected if that is done.
I think we need to work on the psyche of the black West African. Today, you travel and you come home, you give a pair of shoes to your in-law. If they see made in Italy, they appreciate it more than say this was bought from, you know, Tudu. It's locally made. Somebody has told me that even with the furniture industry, and I'm friends with the expatriate business people here, I can see a lot of, you know, Turkish people invest in that area. Look, the wood, wawa, mahogany, all the wood is here. But when the local manufacturers manufacture ni, For the mere fact that their showroom is not along the Spintex Road, you have to go into CMB to go and buy. Oh, this furniture is fake. I don't want it. So what they do now is, just as you have indicated, they take the wood across the border, repackage, and put made in France on it. And people are quick to buy. So we need to work on the psyche of the people within the sub-region to appreciate our own and patronize our own. Then the idea of an open border and open market that allows everything to filter through will not affect. Look, we import everything, including toothpick. The toothpick, we import it, I'm told. Look at how you are dressed. Look at how this studio is nice, how I'm dressed. It is likely that 99% of the things here were not made here. And so it is important that we work on those. And the white folks don't like us. I don't believe in Moody's, the Bretton Woods institutions. They paint you black if you want to take charge of your economy. But when they give glowing tributes to your president, it means you are giving away too much. And so I believe we need a rethink. And Paul Kagame has led the way. That we can look inward as Africans and still do well economically. This idea of open borders and open markets would only pander to the benefit of the Western powers.
Thank you very much. We'll be coming back after the break to discuss, we'll continue discussing our internal security. We have a new police IGP, and we have some new strategies the police are adopting, which is helping curb crime in the country. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Alhaji Irbad Ibrahim. So we're discussing the security issues in Ghana, and we discussed the borders that are closed and how some miscreants, let's call them that, use the closed borders to infiltrate the country with some guns and other banned items. Now the police is busy, and they are very busy since the new IGP came on. And thanks to his interest in publicity and the PR, we hear a lot about police reactions and what they are doing. What do you make of the change in IGP?
There are two ways police officers are trained in Ghana. We are involved at some point. The first one has to do with the state. So there are police recruitment, you recruit academies. You have Tesano, you have other areas of the country. So they go for training. But we believe that the conduct of policing in the 21st century cannot be based upon tools of the past. So we appreciate the kind of training they are given. But security evolves. So what we do is we retrain them on the job. So we have what we call intelligence and forensics training. So we have soldiers, and I'm happy to say I'm a facilitator in that program. So we teach them new techniques and all that, suspicious packages management, explosives and all that. So it's a partnership we have with the security agencies, and we are working in that regard. But there's a new sheriff in town, and anytime there's a new guy, there's a lot of euphoria. I've even seen that horses go on patrol in Ghana. Yes. So the excitement is good, but sustainability is key. Dan Parry is an academic. He's one of only a few people with a PhD in the conduct of security in Ghana. And then he started humbly, and he has gotten to that pinnacle. So I believe that he's going to combine theory with pragmatism to be able to resolve. But the fact that you have a new guy at the police headquarters doesn't mean the criminals will go to sleep. They will always test the pulse of the new mechanisms and strategies that are put in place. And so we still hear cases of armed robbery. I am concerned about highway robbery. An international journalist came here recently to conduct research into our security, and he ended up dying out of insecurity in Ghana. So you can imagine the kind of reviews we will get internationally. I'm not happy with the way the barriers and checkpoints are predictable. When you travel between cities, you know that, oh, if it is from Accra to Kumasi, when I get to Lindado, Forestry Commission is there, the Ghana Police Service is there. When I get close to Konongo, Asankari barrier is there. These checkpoints should be snap checkpoints. They should just pop up like mushroom. So that they become unpredictable. Because you can take like 5 kilometers knowing so well that within this, you know, these 5 kilometers, I will not meet any police checkpoint. And that is where the boys strike. And then there's these checkpoints are thinly spread as we even go to the north. And so these are unguarded, barren, ungoverned lands. And they're able to strike with reckless abandon. Prominent people are killed and they get robbed of their possessions. So I want to see the IGP work in that, do more in that regard. And the telcos, there are places where like Dadieso, when you get to Dadieso, you lose, you know, your connection to any, you know, mobile telephony. And that is where they strike. And our response time too is very bad. When you call the police, how can people be under distress? They call you, they are around Jolo, or they are around East Legon. Before you get there, your siren is blaring. You are giving the armed robbers a signal that you're on your way coming. So they should finish up the operation and leave. I believe that we need to change the strategy. And I want to see more plainclothes people. We should plant molds within these syndicates to be able, as I'm speaking to you, maybe in the coming hours, you'll get to know the work that has been done. Medical insecurity. Public health safety is a major national security issue. As we speak right now, I'm in talks with a team that will carry out a sting operation today. What is happening? People are smuggling, as we indicated, fake drugs with no authorization from the Ghana Standards Authority or the FDA. They are selling these drugs to people. Chief among them are aphrodisiac drugs. And you see people die of, you know, heart failure, kidney problems. So it's as a result of the consumption of these drugs. What is national state security doing about it? What we have impounded in 2 operations, according to the medical doctor working on this, ran into the tune of 100,000 Ghana cedis. So who monitors these people who are working on foot? How do you walk on foot to people at a base or in their offices and say, Oga, buy this one, it will make you stronger in bed? You should be arrested. The one patronizing it himself should be arrested. And so for me, security is a behemoth thing. It's not a gun and bullet thing. We can't limit it to that. Your health and safety, your well-being, the safety of your children when they go out to school, all of these come together to make up the body of security. And I think the IGP has a lot of work on his hands. There is goodwill. There's public goodwill. I see footage of him taking part in night patrols. There's public goodwill. And the PR is top-notch. But beyond that, what are we doing to make the Ghanaians safer?
You've shared views that I would say are collective sentiments of Ghanaians, and we all go through these, like the checkpoints we're talking about, where police who are supposed to be on patrols end up checking for, how do you call it, the DVLA, roadworthy, and then they will check your shoes to see if you're wearing slippers or not, and then the criminals just use that to go, and we see them going around and doing their things. Also, the medical issues you've talked about. Is this a leadership problem? Is it a problem of capacity? Is it a problem of training? What exactly do you think the problem is?
It's a problem of perception. And I know GhanaWeb is an international media outlet. Look at the unwholesome content media houses, you know, feed people. Because, you know, somebody cannot just put together a concoction, but because the person can pay for airtime, you start playing jingles for the person. A cursory look at the ads on TV would show you that a chunk of ad money comes from, you know, these drug sellers, medicine sellers, like they say they are herbalists, they are this, they are that. And how can one drug, in trotro, solve all medical issues in the world? This solves cocoa, it solves headache, it solves TB, it solves this, it solves that. The guy should be arrested. So we need the will to be able to tackle some of this, because you are waiting for Boko Haram to strike or militants to cross over from Burkina Faso. How many people can they kill? They attack a hotel, they kill 10, 15 people. But you are losing tens, if not hundreds of people every day as a result of bad public safety, mechanisms you have. So I believe that area, people are dying in hospitals. And the hospitals, look, medical negligence for you to lose a relative. I read a story on GhanaWeb about a family that was suing one of the hospitals because of what they perceive as medical negligence, because they should have conducted surgery. They kept delaying, they had to give some money, they went for some scan. They said, hey, so you have money like that, from 25,000, bring all the 40K. That is a national security issue. If I don't feel safe when I have headache and I'm on admission, it should be a thing of concern to the police. BNI, or what is now called NIB, should be concerned. National Security Secretariat should be concerned. So I believe that it's not an issue of capacity. Look at the recruitments we are doing. The state security agencies are recruiting. GIS is recruiting. The Ghana Fire Service is recruiting. The Army recently recruited. We saw the long queue from Elwak through cantonments. So it's not an issue of capacity. It's a change of perception of what security means, so that we will understand what our priorities should be as a country and then tackle them head on. And I believe, I think we have emphasized too much on counterterrorism. We have, imported America's #1 security challenge and made it our own. If Al-Qaeda wants to attack America, and so America takes counterterrorism serious, that doesn't mean that should be the go-to thing for all nations in West Africa or the rest of Africa. Road accidents, and kudos to GhanaWeb on your road safety initiative. Road accidents have killed us over the years more than any other thing. Disease has killed us over the years more than any other thing. So I think we need a tweak of our understanding of national security. And I believe that the use of soft power, outreach, engaging people, giving people the right orientation would go a long way to make Ghana cling to its reputation as one of the most peaceful countries in West Africa, to attract the kind of foreign direct investment we want.
I pray the IGP is listening and watching as well, to take a cue from what you've said. Very great submissions.
We think that if you are strong, it means safe march, there is a parade, we are exhibiting. Security has long moved from that. You need to individualize security, come to the level of the people. Look, the cleaner who comes to work at dawn, how safe is the person? It's a national security issue. Because somebody can compromise your cleaner, and the person can have a bargain device. Maybe you don't. Look, there are instances police officers complain to us when they are put on duty in the houses of ministers. They are so ill-treated, where to even attend nature's call is difficult for them. And this is a guy who is only 5 seconds away from your life. He is armed, but he's not happy. You are a rich man. You have deficit of 6 months arrears. You've not paid your driver or your watchman. And beyond, apart from God, your life is in the hands of these people. So we need to completely do an overhaul of the way people see security. And we see ritual killings take place now. Yes, some are for money rituals. But how serious have we taken mental security in Ghana? Every corporate entity should, every 6 months, have a psychiatric specialist come and interview your employees. Because if the employee is not happy, the MD's life is at risk. Because he can just barge into your office and then bludgeon you with a knife. And some of these issues are mental security issues.
Security is really broad.
It's broad, and I believe that the time has come for us to spread the tentacles of our security apparatuses so that we can tackle some of these issues.
Bribery and corruption on our roads. Policemen taking, pittance. We all see them, and we are with them when this is done. Some of us give the money. Is it something that we should be worried about, or is something that we should forget about because there are major issues that we should deal with?
Kidnapping syndicates have found fertile ground in Ghana. Because someone stops a Corolla Oh, I buy, you just give a token. Nobody searches what is back there in your trunk or boot. And people just don't kidnap. When they kidnap, they move. I almost served a client as a consultant. He came from Russia. He was working in mining. Look, in Ghana, in Accra, he was stopped at a checkpoint and people had labels of Interpol. They were fake. And they kidnapped him.
Wow.
And they moved him from one safe house to another, torturing him and forcing him to sign off on documents, and they sold off his property, a foreigner. For 8 months, nobody knew his whereabouts.
In this country?
In this country. There are property owners all in the name of we are into real estate. People come in with bags of money. They rent apartments and houses. Who checks the backgrounds of these people? Of course, the safe houses they were keeping the kidnappee in were rented places. For so long, we have made a recommendation there should be a common database between property owners and national security. It shouldn't be like I have money for 2 years, so as soon as I come, I pay the landlord or landlady, then I move in. People don't know their neighbors. And if Al-Qaeda wants to strike, the person may come for short stay. I was in Nairobi, the Westgate Mall, where we lost Professor Awono.
Yeah.
They said, incidentally, the guys had rented one of the shops. And gradually they were moving the weapons. And when D-Day came, they struck. You are a landlady. Young men are living in your house. They drive in Porsche cars. They don't work during the day. They play music all day long. They go out at night and come at dawn. They are a threat to national security. So all of these things come together to make up the well-being and security of a country. And I believe that we need to look at these fine details. If not, Ghana will lose its reputation as a peaceful country.
Thank you very much, Alhaji Ebad Ibrahim. That was a very informative discussion. And this is The Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV. Be safe.
One of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text. This time around, they've gone a step ahead and to ensure that there's a video added to whatever content they are putting out there for readers to also have a feel of the story. One of the things I think GhanaWeb can do is to, apart from the online TV, rather go on a full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think that would help. I've seen that the online TV is helping, but they should just go in a full channel. Keep up the good work. There may be challenges, but don't be deterred by those challenges. Challenges are bound to happen in every institution, and try and work harder. Focus on whatever you set to do for yourself, and I'm sure as the years roll by, you achieve those challenges.
Welcome to the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and today we're coming straight from the Alisa Hotels, where Coach Milovan Rajevac has been lodging at. Where Coach Milovan Rajevac is set to become the next Black Stars coach, with all things being equal. Well, according to our sources, Coach Rajevac arrived in Ghana on Monday and has been lodging at their hotel since. According to our close sources, some officials of the Ghana Football Association have been trooping in and out and have been having some conversations with the coach. Well, we step on the street to find out from some Ghanaians what they think of the appointment of Coach Milovan Rajivak, who is said to be appointed as the next Black Stars coach. My name is Joseph Adamafiu. Come along as we find out from Ghanaians what they think about Milovan's appointment.
And the chairman, Milo, appointment to
Milo DSA. Obi besi why be am Ghana pain. I hope say na modern bono na swen because we share baby odi ekoduru ya. Actually Ghana for here dey. Eyi ni ba ko share ni sana in fact. Me na nyamete to me dey nyamete. Na sanko fa oyenchi. No mso mbesa kwa ko fa ne dia. Maybe me penation because why we coach papa say. Na ye na football na so da po trainer ni pa bi yenye dey. Yenya wo mse ke nya butrom na ke maintain sa coach no a up to na bi kura na nka ogusu ehye yensa ana ogusu ye coach o de be duru pempensuo bi yes akofa ne de me de asan de o so on samra no mra me fa yensa nko yensa hwe de be sa asibiem ti o mu ma ne mela Milo de o ye good oba ye na isa be hu say yes say ne ye ke so ni mu de di kan no a enka ye ti mo gidi ye mu fa ne mela. Yes, yeah, they better manage.
So for him, Milo, the decision to reappoint Milo is a good one because he has a good track record with the Black Stars, having helped Ghana to reach the finals of the AFCON in 2010 and helping Ghana to reach the quarterfinals of the World Cup in 2010. So for him, it's a good decision, and he hopes that his return will boost morale in camp and ensure that the Black Stars return to the World Cup and also perform better at the next AFCON.
Milovan go about he was contracting and getting by some fan on one fan. I might have been invited to no man is on my own meeting, no my coach one side is say. And say technical board no more organization no more for coaching and say these officers are winning. Sa organization mo group and sa for coach abana so mo deserve side e one at the end here at the end fit sa Milovan no yes savage Serbia say no ya no gina to kira e ya and the sa we ni dey into me the Black Stars coach no ye probi papa the amana say mo deserve board na nkasa na problem ni fin if coach so board na nkasa and we ni fin into me dem susu ye so mo deserve yo na Black Stars na nkasa your players so mo fair no the day you and ya blow mo by this now the day you are you brothers oh ya blow me can you miss a match of me you want players o mo betumi abobo ye nyina ye site bi ye nyina ye hu players o mo betumi abobo Black Stars what you say we betwa captain man mpo na ye dey ma Jonathan Menzo say they no or reject captain man ye fan come keeper captain man mienu the day you the captain man every bench never obi so the bench the captain man every inside the no ni na account ni na the enye coach asem nko a ade na ye ntai ewa ya de ewa enye say coach asem nko a ye within players na so problems wo and how can say problems and are you no so titi omo for boy ye na ye hu ye omo etumi anfa Ghana qualify.
You are set to lose in 2 matches. And right now,
a whole Black Star captain, Obobo Yendi. A whole Black Stars captain. England on my friend. What be some England on my friend? I'm on friend. Master. I'm dissolve away in the crowd. I'm coach. I'm dissolve. I'm fat him now. I'm dissolve.
So for him, he believes that the 3-member committee set up by the GFA to appoint the next Black Stars coach didn't do a good job, so he thinks that they should be dissolved. He also talks about Coach Milovan Rajivak's appointment that is not all that good because some handlers of the team will still be interfering in the Black Stars. And he goes ahead to talk about the Ayew brothers. He thinks that it's high time that they are relegated from the team and the coach gives other players the opportunity. He says that for a whole Black Stars player to be playing in the UAE is not a good decision. But I told him that Ayew has been able to score 2 goals, but he disputes it. He believes that the Black Stars player, or as a Black Stars captain, should be playing at the top level in football.
Milovan right back, Wababe, or Konita Medkid. By this time, I have a crack. Because you see, Ghana no one for coach. You any procedure be our papa be our fashion or the for coach. Because also be for coach, also your assessment. Coach you go find on coach team dia. Short 2 years. On coach team dia, na ma ba be fans on the coach Blasters. Sisi anu you nyoma bi oye currently the time at him sisi anu dia. Ye pe coach competent coach obetumi aboa I be now on starting fan call and one be the last team.
So you just heard from him. He says that Coach Milovan Rajibak has done well for the Black Stars in the past, but he believes that moving on, it's not Milovan that we need. That we need a better coach, a competent coach that can lead us to the next level. He says that Milovan has been able to do some good things in the past, but moving on, he doesn't believe that Milo deserves to be the next Black Stars coach.
Boss way, sa coach no house abano. I am paying for interest. I am paying for interest. There's a man no wabagana ha. Wabagana be coach here. Then odi here. Yes, is it going to be wolf? No, you don't land the wolf. I am paying for interest. Percent. I don't make dinty. And I was a very secret. No, when the madam got at the hotel, be any more. No, hotel, Ghana, as I say, hotel, at the man. I use it, sorry. I useless.
But, government, Anya, Diama, we friends, Blasters, last time, but think about
I don't know some of the GFA office. Now, I don't know coach. I don't know coach. Now, penny decided on the year office. Yes, a penny. That's a bien. Oh, the man, I'm a boy, I'm actually my. It's going to be a percent to be a man for being anyone in either. I don't want our friends or Mla.
The man we just spoke to says that the GFA 3-man committee that was set up to find a new coach for the Black Stars are rather serving their own interests. That's why they decided to appoint Coach Milovan Rajibak, because he believes that there are a whole number of coaches out there in the world. Why did the committee decide to go in for a coach who has been with the Black Stars, who wasn't able to win any trophy with the Black Stars? He believes that the coach Milovan Rajibak is also sometimes not happy when we play some European teams like the Serbian national team, which we met at the World Cup the last time and we defeated them. So moving forward, he thinks that we should go ahead and look for a better coach.
Milo there, Debbie. Oshe Milo ne pass record so. Enye. Se Thailand national team mi pam Milo Black Star. Enkoye, yet me family. And I'm going to build Black Star from the scratch. You have coach every man at time. Say 5 years now from building like the way Senegal, Côte d'Ivoire. Say now there was a time and drug by the Toure. I'm up heavy now, and I'm man at time. Or buy no eat drug by free team no, and no giant team no, or the captain bad my Toure. Or to control a crack or more. So it's a pack young coach. Coach is war. Otoado Ormo, why are there? I say on pay team no, but I'm convincing enough with enough fans. Obet my bed team near money time because of the quick fix there. Ghana yet to qualify group stages. It's a quick fix. You have the coach of a year no one deliver the NA because of the likes of Kamal Dean, Monet, Kudus, Mono, Mono. You need a coach of a 6 year or more fix it into the system. You need a coach. I say enough coach every man at time. Say every now I'm for team in the man. 100,000. You have a man. $100,000. Say I'm for man. I'm only the budget to find about 75 because he's a world class coach. We have African Cup now and African terrain so on him corner ni na. It's your I'm for man. Every now why?
So for he disagrees with the reappointment of Coach Milovan Rajivak because he believes that Abe Renard could have done a better job, irrespective of the money he's demanding for, whether 100,000. He believes that the handlers of the GFA could have negotiated for him to take, let's say, $75,000 because he is a world-class coach. And he goes on to talk about the likes of Kamal Din Suleiman as well as Mohamed Kudus, who are going up to become the key players of the Black Stars. He believes that Coach Milovan Rajivak will not be able to let them find their place in the team. So those are his thoughts.
The money is too much. It will reduce money no dia. No am na me fa say just Africa, just Ghana for coach na obi atum performance. Akwasi apia ba no obeto to papa so. Ni asika ko no kura de ko obefa ko dokobra wanye wu. Ono ne nsisi sa. So bi milo. Et say milo no ye better, but scan it so. Ghana for ye say wa hu ye yam na ya le nti no. Ye say na say want so no anye no ma me boy. Ni say aye ye hia moa. Hia moa. Awo tim. Perfect one. Milo.
So those were the thoughts of some Ghanaians on what they think about Coach Milovan Rajivak's return as the next Black Stars coach. Well, a number of people have been talking about his performance since leaving the Black Stars. He has managed to coach the Qatar national team, Al Hilal, as well as a couple of national teams, including the Algerian national side. And recently he was with a club in Thailand. But a lot of people think that the 57-year-old is not up to the task. Let's find out from some other Ghanaians or experts what they make of Coach Milovan Rajivak's return as Black Stars coach.
So simply, can Milo get the job done? He can. I mean, the last time he was here, we were playing some, let me say, good football. We used to call it one goal project, but it was getting results. We ended up having one of the best moments as a national team during the 2010 World Cup, you know. And if only the football decisions, the technical decisions, I would say, is left to Milo and his technical team when it comes to player selection, and especially player selection, if it's left to him and his team, I hear Otuado will be assisting him, and we hope for the best. But most importantly, the men in suits should leave the football and its handling to the technical people. You know, we've been hearing it every day, we've been rumoring it, and when you speak, they tell you no evidence. But recently, we've seen players come out to express their shock of how they even ended up in the national team. So I think Milo can get it done with the right players now. I mean, selecting players who are on merit, deserving, yes. Milo can get the job done.
Looking at Milovan, he has really helped us, considering the fact that he was our coach when we went to AFCON 2008 and he took us to World Cup 2010. Everybody can attest to the fact that 2008 was one of the best years for us as a team, and 2010 was really good. Many people have raised concerns that we should keep our local coaches, we should keep, we should bring different coaches and all those things. Well, it has always been a thing that we want to empower our local coaches too. But looking at the performance of our recent coach, CK Akono, I would say if you put the life of Black Stars into the hand of Milovan as compared to CK Akono, Milovan has really helped, and we can attest that he has helped us to the World Cup and all those things. So right now, Black Stars as a team, we need somebody that will push us forward. Black Stars as a team, we need somebody that can take us to the Qatar 2022. So to me, Black Stars life in the hands of Milovan will really be the best thing and the best decision that we can make at the moment. Many people can go against it and say we need our local coach, but for me, it is the best move.
Well, can Milovan turn the fortunes of the Black Stars once appointed? I think it's a very interesting question, I must say. We want to talk about his pedigree. What is he capable? What is his record as far as coaching is concerned? Of course, this is his second time coming into the Black Stars, come to manage the Black Stars when he came in 2008, and managed to lead the Black Stars to the World Cup, and actually did well at the World Cup. Actually gave us our best, appearance at the World Cup. As far as the coaches for the Black Stars is concerned, he's, definitely one of the best foreign coaches we've ever had, if you take into consideration his record with the Black Stars. So as far as qualifying to the World Cup is concerned, he's done it before. As far as doing well at the World Cup is concerned, he's done it before. But the aftermath of his stay at the Black Stars is something that hasn't been really exciting. He's had a stint, in Qatar. He's had a stint in Thailand. He's had a stint in Algeria, I think, and it hasn't really turned out successful. In Algeria, he lasted for just 2 months, and he quit. He managed 2 matches, then he quit, went to Qatar, and also went to Thailand. He didn't last long for there. The aftermath of his coaching career post the Black Stars hasn't been promising. So it begs the question whether he still has the capacity to be able to deliver like he did in previous time. Well, for me, I have a little hope in him, little hope in terms of measuring the hope. I'm talking about some 40% of hope in his capacity to be able to do well in his second term. Just about 40% of it. I don't think he's going to be able to do anything magical. Maybe he might qualify the Black Stars to the World Cup, but clearly the biggest quest for him is going to be at the AFCON. How well he's going to do at the AFCON is going to be the substantive issue, because clearly the focus for the Black Stars at the moment is not just to do well at the AFCON, but to win it. So if he doesn't win the AFCON, it begs the question, is he going to stay as the coach of the Black Stars and even be given the opportunity to qualify the Black Stars to the World Cup? Well, he has 4 matches so far this year. There are about 4 matches left before the year ends for the Black Stars, and how well he's going to fare in all of these matches is going to be telling. But like you asked, is he going to do well? I think he's going to do quite well. I don't think he's going to win any trophy for the Black Stars, but I think he might do well. He might qualify to the World Cup. He might go a little further in the AFCON. But by and by, it's always going to boil down to the quality of players that are at the disposal of the Black Stars.
I don't judge coaches when they are new into a team. But then for Milo, I believe he has the players to be able to succeed. If you look at Thomas Partey, Alfred Duncan, Emmanuel Jesse, Sulemana, and the likes, I think that he has the players. All those, and I think he'll be able to do something with the team. Although he has not been able to achieve what he did with Ghana since he left, I think that Milo has the players. And if you look at the assistant coaches he's going to get, Otuado of Dortmund and Maxwell Kumido, I think he'll be able to do something with the team. Well, I wouldn't judge him, but then let's see what he can do.
I think that yes or no answer. Yes, because he has the experience, he has done it before. 2010 World Cup as South Africa, he helped Ghana to go to the quarter-final stage for the first time. At the same time, the same year, 2010, Angola AFCON, he also helped Ghana to go to the grand finale where we lost to Egypt. So in terms of experience, I think he has it a lot. But since he left Ghana, he hasn't been that top-notch good that we know. And we should also remember that 2010, we had players like Ajimel Medu, the likes of Didi Ayew, the likes of Sule Ali Muntari, Richard Kinsey in the goalpost. We had a couple of players who were good. But let's compare to current Black Stars players. We do not have that top-notch, that world-class players that we need. So therefore, I think the second coming of Milovan is going to be tough for him, because that top-notch players that he met, we don't have it currently. And him as a coach also, I think his form has also dipped. So it will be very difficult for Milovan to, turn the fortunes of Ghana, unless maybe a magic. But it's a football, anything can happen. So I think going for Milo, it's in bad as well.
Coach Milovan has tried and tested things here in Ghana. But of course, it was in the old administration where Nyantechi was the GFA president. Now we have a new administration, so things won't be as it's supposed to be. Now quickly, Milovan, his period in Ghana between 2000 and 2010, Ghana had a lot of achievements that we became the best African nation in World Cup qualifiers to reach the quarterfinal stage. And that was a plus to Ghana. Now, at then, there was a culture that Ghana used to play football that since Milovan left and we went to the next World Cup, that's 2014, the pecking order, or let's say the interest for Ghanaian in football has gone down. Now, Coach Milovan is being tipped after the sacking of CK Akono to take over Black Stars. And looking at him leaving the shores from 2017, he has not even had any appointment coach. Leaving Black Stars, he went to Qatar. After 6 months, he was being sacked. So that shows how poor he had over there. And he resigned after 2 matches in charge of Algeria in 2016. And also in Thailand, he have to, after 9 months, he has to resign in April 2017. Since then to now, Milovan has not coached any club nor national team. Now the question asking that, can he change the fortune of Black Stars? It's been 14 years since we had a taste of victory of a trophy in Ghana. And since he has been involved in, or he has been in Ghana before, then we believe he can change the fortune. But my answer is yes and a no. And I'll give 2 clear indications. Then we go from there. Yes, because he has been in Ghana before and he understands the system we play. But let's not forget, it was in the old administration. It was in the old administration. Now we have a new administration. So my question to, if it should be yes, that he can change the fortune, he must be allowed to do his own selection, or he must be allowed to do his own job. Because I believe if a coach is allowed to do his own job, then he has the mandate to change the fortune of Black Stars. Let's remember what CK Akono said. He said when he was being taken from office, his selection was based by influence of the management body. So that means that there's a problem there. But I personally think Milovan can't change the fortune of Black Stars. Milovan can't change the fortune of Black Stars. It's hard time you have to go for it and look for a more capable, or more, let's say, a more experienced coach that can do that. And I believe Milovan is experienced, but with due respect, he can't change the fortune of Black Stars.
I believe the short-term plan that will be given to Milovan Rajvat is to obviously qualify the Black Stars to their 4th World Cup. I think that's the short-term plan. And if you ask me if he'll be able to do it, I think it will depend on a lot of factors. First of all, yes, he's not the Milovan that we knew way back in 2009 and 2010. But then I'm saying it will be a lot of factors, because there comes Otuado, who is reportedly going to be the assistant coach. Depends on how he works with his technical team, how they function together, whether there will be interference from the GFA and other top officials concerning call-ups. If everything is left to me, I think that for the short term, he will be able to qualify the Black Stars to the World Cup and maybe play some parts in the AFCON in January. But whether he will be able to take us to the final of the AFCON, or even he'll be able to take us or do some wonders he did in 2010 with Ghana in the World Cup, that is another question for another day. But talking about short-term plan, I believe with Otuado coming in there and with the experience that he's gathered, though after leaving Ghana he has not had a good stint, I'm sure that he should be able to qualify Ghana.
So those are the thoughts of some football pundits on what they think about Coach Milovan Rajivac's reappointment as the next Black Stars coach. Well, the next couple of days, the Ghana Football Association will be announcing Coach Milovan Rajivac as the next Black Stars coach. Well, the Black Stars have qualified for the 2022 AFCON in Cameroon, but are seeking to return to the World Cup after missing out on the 2018 edition. Can Milovan Rajivac deliver on that? Well, we live to see. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and this has been another edition of Friday's Debate. Thanks for watching.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.